All right, people of the internet, welcome to Atheist Edge. Today I am joined by Sal Cordova and Grayson from Critical Base Theory and a special guest mod, Dr. Tapiocaweasel, who is a longtime friend and supporter of the show. Today we're going to be having a time unlimited debate that's going to be discussing science and God in science to be specific. So we're going to jump right into that. I just want to let everybody know that every, let's say 20 minutes, me and Dr. Tapiocaweasel will be providing fact-checking resources so that anytime that the debaters have something that they want to be fact-checked or checked on, we can find whatever we can and present that at that time. And we'll also present any super chats or pertinent chats that you guys have sent in at that time as well. So with that, we're going to go ahead and jump right into the discussion. So Grayson, I believe you wanted to lead it off. So at your first word, go right ahead.
Yeah, hey guys. So as Kaz mentioned, my name is Grayson from a newer YouTube channel, Based Theory. So link in the description. And Sal and I previously had a debate on modern day debates moderated by Kaz. So thanks again for doing that. But we felt that with the format and the time constraint that there just was not enough time to get to all of the points that were brought up. So that's kind of why we wanted to have the discussion today. So Sal, I don't know if you wanted to introduce yourself before I sort of kick off like a question to get us started in the discussion. But basically, this is going to be a follow-up conversation to our previous discussion on the Big Bang on modern day debates.
Well, this is a very nice format. Kaz was our moderator at Modern Day Debate, and he really liked us and invited us to have an unlimited time debate. I'm just like, I was really flattered. Some of these debates that go on the internet, it's like, I feel sorry for the mods. Why they'd want to put up with another dumpster fire, but I think we conducted the debate very well. I wrote James, the owner of the Modern Day Debate channel. I said, I'm going to be away from the big debate circuit for a while because of the problem of what I call Brandolini's law, the BS asymmetry principle. It takes a lot less effort to make BS than to actually refute it. And so when Grayson and I got together last week, we said, okay, the priority is to just do fact checking. I said, this would be really boring work, but it's good for each of us that if we say something wrong, that we get corrected on it gently and just say, hey, we all make mistakes. Let's just get this straight, because I teach people on my channel and I get upset if I teach something wrong and people are repeating it. So it's, it always hurts to find out you're wrong, but it's better to get it fixed. And then also, like, if the opponents say something that we think is wrong and we fact check it, it's only fair to us. So it's fair to each side to try to get the fact checks. So that's kind of what we were trying to do. And it actually calmed down the discussion. In a limited time debate, it's all about theater and not really getting down to the facts. So that's kind of what we're into. I'm an independent molecular biophysics researcher. My background was actually in engineering physics. People know me as a biologist, which I'm really not. I'd worked for a Cornell research professor who's famous geneticist, John C. Sanford. His invention, the gene gun, is in the Smithsonian National Museum of American History. He was an atheist who became a Christian and then a creationist, and I worked for him for 7.5 years. I got to work from home. I left my engineering job. I took care of my widowed mother for 18 years, and Dr. Sanford gave me a job where I could work from home. So that's kind of how I got involved in all of this. I'm really not trying to be a YouTube personality. It's probably not good for my mental health, but it's been good interactions. I get to meet people, and I also, sometimes it's just kind of nice to just share what I do professionally. So thank you.
Yeah. So thanks for that, Sal. Thanks for that introduction. So I will agree with you on, takes less effort to spew BS than to fact check it. And I do think that unfortunately our debate did come across as more of theater. I will just say that I was trying to have an actual discussion, but with the format that we had where we each had 10-minute intervals, like I was trying to address everything that you guys were bringing up, but every 10 minutes, you guys both had new PowerPoints with new points bringing up. in a theatrical kind of manner with memes and everything included in them. So I was trying to have the conversation then. I was trying to address everything that was brought up. And I kind of felt like my points were not really being heard. And then on your time, you just go through a new PowerPoint each time. So that's why I wanted to have this conversation. But to kick things off, I feel like the main crux of all three of your presentations revolved around this quote from Huxley that even a beautiful theory can be destroyed by an ugly fact. And so it seemed like that was the central thesis that you were trying to put forward, an ugly fact that was contradictory to the Big Bang model. And I've re-listened to our debate, and I can't really figure out what the fact that you're trying to bring up is. I see a lot of points during the conclusion. You said we brought up tons of facts, but again, I just want to ask for a point of clarity. Like, what is the fact that you think is the ugly fact that is contradictory to the Big Bang model? Like, that seemed like your whole central thesis. So, like, what is that fact? And then maybe we can discuss that fact and fact check it.
Sure. So because there are two people presenting on the anti-Big Bang side, there's different focuses. So I can't speak for Rebecca. I clearly I articulated that it would be the absence of if there's absence of time dilation, if there's an absence of a dependence of time dilation on redshift, that would mean that space is not expanding. And secondly, if the mechanism of the redshift is experimentally established to be due to plasmas in space, as we have more experiments that would refute it. Now, that being said, Rebecca was on Dr. Blitz's show. Dr. Blitz is a specialist in general relativity. I believe he's a postdoc in that area. He listened to the debate, and he's, you know, Rebecca point blank asked him, what would refute it for you? And this is on the academic channel. It's the second link in the video description. You can see that exchange. It was a 2-hour exchange. And he said, you have to explain how redshift can be accounted for in terms of the plasma and some of the problems and concerns you raised. And secondly, how do you explain the time dilation in, how do you explain that there is a correlation between time dilation and redshift? He did, to his credit, recognize that I had put some papers on the table. I have since found more by even more respected astronomers that say there's an absence of time dilation. So those two ugly facts, he said, okay, not just me, he agreed that that would be devastating to the Big Bang, and that's what I put on the table. Rebecca put on more circumstantial evidence, not direct evidence. So what I put is like, okay, I put evidence that I think is still tentative, but I think credible. Rebecca put what was probably more, I think, more well established, but it's still circumstantial, like the angular diameter. So her stuff about the angular diameter, about the dark energy, that was more circumstantial. And then like the quotes she was saying about the impossible galaxies of density and brightness. So I gave you what mine are. It's the absence of time dilation and the plasma redshift. She gave the circumstantial evidence of like things like the dark energy, lithium abundance, any number of things. So I don't know if I answered your question directly. That's as direct as I could be.
Okay, well, my question was just for one fact, so we could kick off the conversation. You brought up several there, but I will just make a point that I have addressed all of those and explained why they're not facts in our previous discussions. And I kind of felt like that was not, my responses were not addressed in our formal debate. So maybe I would like some sort of addressing of my responses to these facts. So if you want to just pick one, then we can start the discussion off that. It kind of sounds like a lack of evidence of time dilation is what you wanted to point to.
Well, I first wanted to talk about something you said in the debate, and you, to your credit, you corrected it in our discussion last Sunday. But for the benefit of the viewers, I'm going to put this, if we could, I just dumped it in the side chat, the private chat, and it has the correct timestamp. And this is you trying to address the stuff about plasmas. It's only about 2 minutes.
Is it pertinent to the discussion?
Yes.
Can you
because
explain
it was from
why?
our,
Because I'm familiar with what I said, and I would claim that it's not pertinent to our discussion because, yes, I did misspeak during our debate. Again, I admitted to the fact. I corrected myself both in our last discussion and in our discussion with Rebecca. So it has already been discussed. But what I was wrong about, namely like the low density plasmas in the intergalactic medium, is not pertinent to the discussion because astronomers are well aware of the fact that these plasmas exist, and they do not act as evidence for your position. That's why I said it's not pertinent, because what I was mistaken about is not aiding your side at all. It doesn't strengthen your position. It's not supporting evidence, and it's all stuff that astronomers who support the Big Bang model are all aware of. That's why I don't think it's pertinent.
Well, I would say the viewers are to judge whether it's pertinent. You are deciding for them whether it's not or isn't. I think it's pertinent.
So how long is this clip?
It is 2 minutes. It's not even a minute. If you play it for 1 minute, it's at the right timestamp. If you could play it now, if that's
so
okay
we can play it. I can correct the record, and then we can discuss about why it would even be relevant for this discussion.
Okay, that's perfect.
Okay, let's do that.
Thank you.
See if it works.
Saying that we could look at observations for these more dense plasmas in the coronas of stars, and we could extrapolate to how that would affect less dense plasmas. Which my only question is, less dense plasmas, if a plasma becomes less dense, it stops being a plasma. It cools down and forms atoms, right? You only have plasma at high densities. That's how it works. You increase the density of matter and it will become plasma. The electrons will break of their atomic orbitals and you'll just have nuclei and electrons streaming around. That's what a plasma is. So it doesn't make sense to me to say, that the universe or a solar system is surrounded by a very a plasma that's not very dense, but is dense enough to cause all the redshift that we see. That doesn't make any sense to me, and I haven't seen any mathematical models showing how that would even be physically possible. So
that's enough.
Yeah,
Thank you.
I just want to see more of so there's the clip. Yeah, so I'll just correct the record. I was mistaken to say that there are no low density plasmas. You can have low density plasmas as long as, like I said, I was making a faulty assumption that once you decrease the density, then that would cool down the plasma. But as long as each individual particle, like each nuclei, each electron in the material, is still high energy and high temperature, then even when they collide with each other, they're not going to form like atoms. So you can have very low density plasmas, but whether or not there are low density plasmas is not really pertinent to this discussion, because you still haven't shown that you can extrapolate from higher density plasmas from like a solar corona and the redshift effects there. You haven't shown that you can extrapolate that to low density plasmas, and all the astronomers that would accept the lambda CDM Big Bang model are fully aware of the existence of intergalactic low density plasmas. We're aware of them. It's not like they're just ignorant that these exist and they haven't accounted for them in their calculations. So that's why it doesn't help your side at all. So sure, I'm happy to admit when I say something wrong. I'm happy to correct it. And I went after the debate, like independent of anything prompted by Sal or Rebecca. I went and I fact-checked myself after the debate, and I saw that there's a whole lot of intergalactic low-density plasmas out there. And I said, oh, wow, I'm wrong. So I corrected myself on Rebecca's channel. I previously corrected ourselves on Sal's channel. And again, this doesn't really help Sal's argument at all.
I thoroughly disagree with that. That is your assessment, and I think you're wrong again here. Nothing personal. By the way, it's very commendable that you did make a retraction, but I wanted to set it for the record straight in front of Kaz, since he was generous to have this. He may not have been aware that or at least the audience here may not have been aware that you made a correction that was actually pretty fundamental to my point. It wasn't fair to Rebecca and I that the audience may come away thinking that our point was refuted by the absence of plasma in outer space. It turns out this is a interesting point where you can have plasmas that are like 89,000 degrees. There are space probes now reaching the outer parts of the solar system and now in interstellar space. And it's at 89,000 degrees, which is amazing that we could have a space probe that doesn't incinerate in an 80,009 degree Fahrenheit environment. And this is kind of with statistical mechanics, how this can be possible. There are papers on this. Black body radiators that are in the solid state are able to radiate heat, whereas the sparse plasmas, where there's not a lot of interaction between the plasma particles, there's not deceleration, there's not change in velocity, therefore you're not going to get radiation. It's a complex mechanism. Some of the stuff gets into electromagnetic theory and statistical mechanics, etc. But it was very fundamental, and you're the one that pointed out last week that half of the visible or ordinary matter, they call it kind of improperly baryonic, because baryonic is technically what protons, and it's not supposed to include electrons because electrons are leptons, but they still, in colloquial literature, they refer to it as baryonic matter. Okay, I just call it ordinary matter, whatever we call it. Half of the matter right now in our models of the ordinary matter is in interstellar plasmas. That's an enormous amount if you're saying that's half the universe's matter. So in the debate, you went from zero, you postulated zero, and it's actually half the universe's matter. That's a lot. It is relevant because photons are passing through that medium. We know from the experiments I cited, which you kind of dismissed, that there is a redshift induced by plasmas. This is also in the labs. So whether we can explain the absence of blurring or not, it's a fact that redshift is caused by plasmas. There's lots of it there. And I also gave a paper last week that talked about you can derive the Hubble constant at 68.8 kilometers per second.
I feel like you're changing the topic now, Sal.
And so this is right on the topic. You asked me for the two ugly facts. I'm giving you one.
No, I didn't.
You're dismissing it.
I asked you for one ugly fact first of all.
Okay, I want the redshift one then. I want the redshift
I know.
one.
I'm addressing that right now. You're saying stuff that's not true, man. Okay, and also you're hand waving away this blurring. You mentioned it briefly, but that literally debunks your whole thing. That's why we know that the redshift that we observe is not due to plasmas. That's the whole thing of how we know that, because when we observe plasmas redshifting light, they do it via scattering, which causes a blurring of the image. When we look at what was redshifted in the skies, it's not blurred. Therefore, it's not coming from plasma. That's the whole debunking of this plasma cosmology. And you say that the existence of vast amounts of intergalactic plasmas at low density is somehow supporting evidence for plasma cosmology as an alternative of the Big Bang. My point, which again you have not addressed, is that all of the physicists, like the astrophysicists, the astronomers, the cosmologists that are proponents of the Big Bang model, are aware of the existence of this low density intergalactic plasma, and it's not evidence against the Big Bang model. So how can it count as this one fact that destroys the theory when everyone that's a proponent of the theory is aware of this fact and it's not in contradiction with the Big Bang?
Well, I gave the paper Schneemann and Snyder that tries to address it. There are numerous scattering modes. The one that does definitely scatter that was proposed that would cause quote unquote blurring would be Compton scattering. But there's Raman scattering, there's Rayleigh scattering, there's Thompson scattering. This latest paper tries to address that. They point out when you look up in the sky, you don't see blurring, but you do see a blue sky. They gave an alternate explanation in terms of when you have low amounts of photons, rather than the fluid model of classical electrodynamics, if you go to single photons, the interactions are different. The fact that you do not see blurring in the sky, you could see a lot of astronomical objects, and yet there is an interaction with the photon, is evidence of non-blurring. Now you keep asserting things, and I'm just saying it is premature. We know that there is a redshift there. The responsibility of scientists, then, I would say, is to look into the reason why there's not blurring. There are experiments doing that. I said in the debate, there's going to be more chance that we could actually resolve the absence of blurring than finding evidence for direct evidence of expanding space, much less inflation.
Yeah, but that's just a baseless claim. I mean, what evidence is in support of that claim? I mean, we see evidence of expansion, right? The correlation between distance and redshift, the supernova observations that you're didn't you say that you saw Adam Rees give his Nobel lecture acceptance for this? I mean, he showed the expansion rate of the universe is accelerating. So
at the very bottom of this, thank you for showing this. If you scroll down, you'll see how the Hubble constant is derived based on the density of plasmas in space. It's kind of all the way down, kind of in the conclusion section. Thank you, Mike.
Yeah, using averages. I mean,
well, that will also account for the fact, because there are changes in density, especially around stars or whatever plasma sources. You can get different redshift relations, which is consistent with the data we're having. We can't seem to arrive at the Hubble constant because it's not really.
Yeah, I got to fact check you on that.
It looks kind of variable. Even in my cosmology book, it says 70 plus or minus 7 kilometers per second per megaparsec.
Well, I got to fact check you on that. I don't
it's
think
in my
that
book.
what we observe is in line, like the evidence that we observe of redshifts is not in line with the plasma cosmology model, because like you just said, like the plasma is not uniformly distributed. There's a higher density, higher energy plasma around the nodes of the cosmic web versus in the voids between these nodes in the cosmic web. So the distribution of this plasma is not uniform. So when we look in the sky and we see a relationship between distance and redshift predicted by an expanding spacetime, but we don't see any correlation with when we point it in the direction of the nearest voids versus when we point it in the direction of a lot of galaxies, we're not seeing any effects that would occur if the redshift truly was due to the light passing through low density plasmas. It wouldn't be as uniform as it is.
Okay, so now you said you had evidence of expansion. Where is it except in circumstantial evidence? We don't have police radar guns. I showed a slide where the police officer pulls over a guy, gives him a speeding citation, and the guy says, "Oh, officer, it wasn't, your radar gun wasn't picking up me speeding. It was expanding space." We don't put it in our models anywhere experimentally. The only place it stands is in the speculation of cosmologists, which is fine. But let me point out to the viewers, this raises some complications. The one direct evidence that we might get was given by Lawrence Krauss. He said, okay, 5 billion years from now, the Big Bang will, we will not see the galaxies. That would be confirmation of the Big Bang if we don't see the galaxies. That's how long we would have to wait to actually establish that there is relative motion. I mean, really convincing evidence. But the problem is, at that point, he said, well, science will fail. It'll come to the wrong conclusions, because then you won't see the galaxies. Civilizations could arise and use the scientific method. They would come to the wrong conclusions about the material universe. The only way that you would actually know the truth is by handed down testimony. At that point, it's no longer science, it's religion. So there's a philosophical problem with that. And the only direct evidence you can appeal to is right now practically outside of our detection.
Well, Adam Rees won a Nobel Prize for observational evidence of the expansion of the universe, is like the expansion rate of the universe accelerating. So, and you said that you attended his lecture.
In his lecture, and he gave the same talk when I was a student at Johns Hopkins, January 2012. It was very much similar to his Nobel Prize lecture. He said the figure we got was 120 orders of magnitude off from predictions, like say from quantum field theory. He said, well, that is a problem. The whole audience laughed. This is the problem with free parameters. If you had a good theory, this is not reassuring. And Rebecca pointed this out. You would kind of hope that a different field, if I could complete, you would hope a different field would be able to give independent confirmation. So, I commend his work, but I will tell you, professors and graduate students at his own university were suspicious of this. I'm sorry to say that. I celebrate his accomplishment. I revere him, but I'm sorry.
Sal, I asked you, I was explaining that Reese's work was observational evidence for the expansion rate of the universe. Now, you said that, hey, the accelerating expansion rate that he observed was in contradiction to quantum mechanics' prediction of the vacuum energy. Okay. Do you understand that you just admitted that he made an observation of expansion of the universe? You're trying to cast doubt of the validity of that based on the prediction from quantum mechanics that was as you've quoted before, the worst prediction in all of science. So you're trying to say, okay, so maybe that prediction was right and our observation was wrong. But I don't think that you're allowing for the fact that, hey, we directly observed the accelerating expansion rate. So what was wrong about our prediction that was so off? Why don't you ask about, hey, maybe that there's something like, I don't know, quantum gravity or something in that would affect our prediction using the quantum mechanics that say maybe we weren't aware of, and maybe there are some missing variables and missing factors in physics that we didn't have in making that faulty prediction. Why is it that you assume that our observational evidence is what's wrong?
It is premature. It is premature. We have to say
your one fact is premature. You said there's one fact that disproves the Big Bang, and now you're saying, hey, the facts are premature. We can't weigh in on this.
I said there's one fact. I can give you two.
Then let's go to the second one.
Interject the first one is
premature.
Okay, go ahead.
Sorry to interject. I just wanted to kind of break it up for a moment and see if we could introduce some of the chats. And Dr. Tapiocaweasel had a question about, I'll let him ask it.
Yeah, so it sounds like one of the, it sounds like sort of the core of the claim that the paper that was displayed sort of was being put forth in defense of was that what we observe in the redshift, like what we think are cosmological redshifts, are due to scattering from intergalactic plasmas. Is that the claim, Sal?
No, the claim is, first off, I provided experimental evidence with the Pioneer 6 that we had examined the EM emissions through the solar corona of free electron plasmas. This was in 1974 Nature article that when you eliminate both gravitational redshifts and the influence of gravitational redshifts and the motion of the spacecraft, the sun, and the Earth, you get a residual redshift that they attributed to the solar corona. And obviously, there are different levels of the solar corona because as the Pioneer 6 is moving, you can actually see the effect of the redshift. That was a 1974 Nature article. It was revisited in the Journal of High Energy Physics and Cosmology in 2021. And those were in the debate. I can provide the citations here. But I continue to find articles, not many, experimental lab evidence of redshift in the lab. So the claim is we are forced to conclude if EM is passing through that much interstellar plasma, it's going to be redshifted. There's no way around it.
What is the precise mechanism of how that redshift
shows
up?
We don't actually know. We know experimentally there's evidence, and there's going to be some more experiments. I found out of an experiment that is just looking at the motions of the planets in the solar system. There's a residual redshift there because there's plasma also in the solar system. We don't know.
Plasma everywhere. Yeah.
Yeah. We don't know. We don't know the mechanism. There are like 30 mechanisms of possible modes of interaction with plasma that can cause a redshift. We don't know.
I
what
have
the
a quick
mechanism
question for
is.
Sal. In all of those experiments that you just listed, the Pioneer 6, all of the experiments where plasma is causing redshift, was there an associated blurring effect as well?
We couldn't tell that. This was an EM spectrum. This was a radar radio spectrum. We don't know. It's hard to say. To my
knowledge, there's always a blurring effect because the mechanism that Tapiocaweasel is asking about is scattering. Some kind of scattering, but that's how plasma redshifts light is due to scattering effects, which necessarily result in blurring unless you want to talk about very, very, very small angles where like the light happens to go in and come back out at a relatively same angle. Then you can have like very small amounts of blurring from that. But the question is, what's the mechanism that restrains the effects where they can only come in at certain small angles? There is no mechanism. You just said you don't know.
I just said I don't know, but I think that's a lot more promising than speculating on expanding matter, which we don't have any direct evidence for. All of it is indirect and circumstantial, and it's on the assumption, all this stuff with Adam Rees's work, it's on the assumption of expansion to begin with. That's circular reasoning. That's not science. I'm sorry. That's not experimental science. That is speculative science.
Sorry. I want to say, so the phenomena, the various phenomena of photon scattering off of ions and atoms is something that we do generally understand extremely well. And for the most part, atoms in interstellar space interacting with photons, because of the extremely low densities, they're very, very textbook systems. So I would think that there would be some model or theory to explain exactly how we see the observations that we see. The expansion is one way that you would see redshift. If you don't, so that is sort of where I would come.
Especially the correlation between redshift and distance. That's the real kicker. It's like that would be the prediction of expansion. That's what we observe.
And it would be the prediction of the plasma thing. I just gave a citation. There, if you doubt, even Hubble put it forward. Even Hubble put it forward. Hubble himself put forward an alternative model. I have the citation here if you want to see it.
It would only be
is that the paper that I showed on the
cosmology model if the densities of this plasma was uniform. That would be the way that you would have a correlation between distance. But if, as we've just talked about, it's not uniform, and there are patches where you have more plasma and patches where you have less plasma, then we would see different effects in those patches, which we don't see.
You absolutely see those effects. That's why you can't get the same Hubble constant with all these varieties of experiments. And it's caused a crisis in cosmology. This is well known. They can't solve it. It makes sense that if you look at different objects, you're getting different Hubble relations because they're different densities. This is so straightforward. It's unbelievable. The other thing is, if you keep writing off this blurring thing, I say that the experiments have only begun. I gave a paper here that is by photonics researchers. They're putting this forward. It can be tested, which is more than I could say for expanding space. It can be tested experimentally. They have said when you go from the high abundance photon models you can model as a liquid, but when you actually go down to single photon models, it changes. Now, one single photon model we know does scattering is high energy with Compton scattering, but they have now said, look at Rayleigh scattering. If you modify it with single photons, you may have it. You may not agree with it, but you can't say that I didn't put forward a possible model, that can actually be tested experimentally within the solar system, which is more than I could say for expanding space. We have no experiments in the solar system that can demonstrate expanding space, even over that amount of distance.
And
we're going to have millions of years to confirm.
I wanted to let you guys get back to your open discussion real quick, but I wanted to finish the interjection by just getting through these chats real quick. And I wanted to ask you about the paper that we put on the screen a minute ago. Do you want me to go back to that? Is there a specific page you want me to bring up?
The one with the Hubble constant.
Right.
Dr. Tapioca, Mike was very kind to highlight it to where it said H0. It's equation 38.
Equation 38. Okay, great. And while I'm looking that up, I just wanted to show the super chat from Native Atheist. Thank you so much, Native Atheist. Thank you so much, Native Atheist. They say, I agree with Randy. You're trying to muddy the water, Sal. You can't wedge your God into existence.
Yeah, so
okay.
Where Sal was talking about, oh, there's not evidence for the expansion of space within our solar system, but the evidence within our solar system disproves plasma cosmology because of the lack of blurring, right? Like, it's as simple as that. You can't get past the lack of blurring in what we see. All of the mechanisms that plasma would redshift light include blurring, like the plausible, real physical mechanisms that we actually have experimental evidence for. So if there's no blurring, there's no plasma cosmology. I don't see a way around this.
And I just wanted to read off a couple other chats real quick that seemed pertinent. They came from Pragmatic Crystal. They said, at low densities, a low temperature, partially ionized plasma can be regarded as a mixture of ideal gases of electrons, atoms, and ions. The particles travel at thermal velocities, maintaining along straight paths, and collide with each other occasionally. The density of plasma about 1 trillion electrons per cubic centimeter. When an object is moving away from us, the light from the object is known as redshift, and when an object is moving towards us, the light from the object is known as blue shift. This dividing point at a galaxy spectrum is termed the Lyman break. So I don't know how that applies, if you wanted to interact with that, but other than that, you guys can go ahead with the open discussion.
Yeah, the other thing about plasma, I would say, besides from the blurring, is the fact that for most all forms of matter, whenever they interact with radiation, they do so in a quantized way. So it's not like they're interacting with all frequencies of radiation. They only will react in like discrete, like quantized energy values. If it falls below that, then there's not going to be an interaction there. So if you want to say that the redshift that we observe is due to plasmas, then it would not be affecting the entire spectrum uniformly, I wouldn't think. So yeah, we observe a continuous redshift across all frequencies. Like, it's not like there's a certain frequency of light that just doesn't experience redshift, which is what we would expect if the redshift was due to interactions with plasma.
That is worth some fact checking, that we actually do observe it affected at all frequencies. We do have, because it is true that as far as our detectors go, we can only look at certain limited bands. For example, for a long time, there's what they call the redshift desert, because our detectors could not detect things in a certain band. So it's actually very difficult to measure this across all spectrums. Now, regarding evidence that the plasma is interacting, there is sadly, only 1 or 2 papers on the fact there is a redshift, there is a dependence on polarization on redshift. Polarization on redshift. How does that happen? How do you have a polarization on redshift? How does expanding space explain the polarization of redshift dependence? How does that? So I could play the same game with you. Why don't you have a model that says expanding space will cause polarization dependence on redshift? How do you explain that? And I'm just making a proposition here with CMAC and Schneider's paper. I could play the same game and say, you give me a model for that. Until you have it, your theory is wrong. What you've done here is said to me, until I have my proof, I'm wrong. That is not fair. I could play the same game on your side. Now, that being said, since you are dead set against my suggested alternative that can actually be explored by experiment, which is more than I could say for expanding space within our solar system, there is the second fact of the absence of time dilation. Now, before we close this, if I could just share the slide, I'd like to thank Kaz for showing this here. This is Hubble himself. Yes, this is Hubble himself. From Hubble's book, I credit Rebecca Davis for finding this. She read Hubble's book. And I'll just read it from here. This is a redshift relation that's independent of expanding space. He said, now let us adopt the first alternative and assume that redshifts are not velocity shifts, that the universe is not rapidly expanding. In this case, the redshifts are strictly proportional to the distances over the entire range of the data. Within the very small uncertainties of the measures, the law of redshifts is strictly linear as far out into space as spectra have been recorded. The law is expressed as follows. There it is. The implications of this result are important. If redshifts are not velocity shift, light loses energy strictly in proportion to the distance it travels through space. Exactly Seemack and Schneider's paper, by the way, equation 38. And it says,
Sal, does that not violate the conservation of energy?
No, there's
how. Where does the energy go? If light is losing the energy as it's traveling through a non-expanding space, that violates the first law of thermodynamics.
No, it goes into the
ether
particles in the plasma. Okay, Dr. Tapiocaweasel,
this is the same thing as plasma.
Is that correct?
Is that correct? Then this is
that correct? Argument. If there's an interaction between the plasma,
you're muted, Dr. Tapiocaweasel.
Oh yeah.
If there were an interaction, it would go it would go to the particles. You're right. I don't think that that would necessarily violate specifically conservation of energy, for example.
Thank you.
Well, it would if there's not an interaction.
If I could continue reading this, all right. May I continue reading a fact check here, if that's okay with you, Grayson? Just to complete, it's just one more paragraph.
Just so you know, can
we let Grayson just finish what he's saying? I hear his rebuttal.
Hubble is proposing a tired light universe. That is his explanation for a non-expansion universe. He is proposing a tired light model. That's what he's talking about here is tired light. So if the light is losing energy, it's got to be going somewhere. And you're saying that the light is losing energy due to interactions with plasma, which is, again, the same thing we've been talking about this whole time. So this is not a different or a new point. You're just saying plasma cosmology again, which, again, no blurring. We don't see blurring.
I was trying to refute the point that you're saying that the Hubble relation necessarily means expanding space. Not even Hubble said that. So if I could continue. If redshifts are not velocity shifts, light loses energy strictly in proportion to the distance it travels through space. As light streams in from the remote nebula in all directions, each million years of light paths subtracts the same fraction of energy from the quanta. We may not know how the reduction is accomplished. This was in the 1940s or early 50s, but we do know that the action is everywhere uniform within small uncertainties of the measures of the samples of the universe that can be explored with spectrographs is thoroughly homogeneous. Thank you for letting me share that, and I'll complete my thought. I provided experimental evidence with Pioneer 6. There's going to be more. There are tests now on the detecting redshifts within the solar system that are not strictly due to velocity. We don't know. We suspect it's plasma. This has a lot more possibility of experimental verification. Also, as we make these observations, there's not blurring. So why is there a redshift that's residual?
Yeah, can we fact check that about what Sal just claimed about how there's no blurring in these observations? Where is that coming from?
You can just look in the sky and you see the planets there. It's not blurred.
Just so I can be sure that I'm understanding as a layman in here, because I'm sure a lot of the people watching, well, hopefully they're trying to expand their minds, whatever. So sure. I'm sure that I understand here. You're saying that redshift, Sal, you're saying that redshift is caused by interactions with interstellar mediums like interstellar plasma, right? And then, Grayson, you're rebutting that even if that is the case, you're going to see blurring when you get those kind of images back, right?
Yeah, so I'm not refuting the fact that plasmas exist and they are capable of redshifting light. I'm just saying that when we observe that happening, the mechanisms by which that happens are well understood, as Tapiocaweasel was saying, and they result in blurring of those images. And I also just want to make the point that I made before, but astrophysicists, astronomers, cosmologists are all aware of the existence of these plasmas. So Sal wants to say that they are just either intentionally or they're just too stupid to understand the effects that these plasmas would be having and how they would be creating redshift. But again, the scientists are all aware of the existence of these plasmas, right? It's not like this is a big mystery to them. It's not like Sal's bringing any new information that the scientific community is not aware of. They're aware of the existence of these plasmas. It's not like they're just not accounting for them in their mathematical equations of redshift. They are. They are not causing the redshift effects that we observe on cosmological scales that are attributed to the expansion of space and time. That the scientists are aware of these plasmas. So yeah, exactly. They don't account for the redshift we observe.
I have to object here. You mischaracterized something that I never said. I never said that there. You said something that that they're deliberately ignoring it or whatever. That's not true. People
you have to be implying that, right? I mean,
No, I am not implying that. People are specialized in their field. It could be a simple mistake. I'm not saying anything intentional. That's highly unfair to me.
Well, I didn't say you said that. I said whether or not it's intentional or
I'm implying it. No, I'm not implying that.
They're missing it, right?
I'm not implying that. But why don't we get back to the topic?
I'm interested in what you're implying. I'm interested in what you're implying. You're saying that yes, the scientists are aware of the existence of these plasmas, but they're not contributing redshift to these plasmas. So why not? Why are these scientists missing this? What is it that you're implying?
Sir, that is a total red herring. The issue is the absence of blurring. You look up in the sky, it's not blurring. We have to figure out why. There are people. I also will dispute that it's well characterized. We've characterized some modes, not every possible mode of photon and free particle, charged particle interaction. We've characterized many modes. It's well understood in those modes. I've even listed some of them off, but some are in dispute. I gave one that is in dispute.
Which one?
CMAC and Schneider's paper here, they are laser physicists. This is their specialty. They're not cosmologists. They're interested in these questions because they build lasers and they're trying to understand the interaction. There's also been lab stuff. So they pointed out with Rayleigh scatter, with their modified scattering of why the sky is blue, it also would indirectly explain why there's no blurring. We can look into it. And I've said that you have more possibility that you will be able to resolve this experimentally than trying to find expanding space, because you can't find any in the solar system. It's only in the speculation of cosmologists, and it's dependent on the velocity interpretation. I would like, if I could, address Kaz's question to me. If you could repeat it, I would like to if I could respond to you, Kaz, if you could repeat the question to me that you asked.
I was just trying to make sure that I understood where we were in the conversation, and I was just trying to make sure that I had a little steelman idea of what both your positions were, and I think that I was correct, right? Like you are arguing that interstellar plasmas, stuff in the interstellar medium, is causing the redshift, and not just the distance.
Not necessarily not expanding space. It is the plasmas that causing the majority of the redshift.
It's not just that the redshift. We don't just see the redshift. We see the redshift changing, right? That's why we concluded redshift in the first place.
As you look farther out, there's a relationship of distance. The more distance you have, the more redshift there is. And so what Hubble and others have been saying, because the farther the light travels through this medium, the more it will get redshifted. You end up getting a nice proportional effect. That was Hubble in the 40s and 50s. The later work is saying now, look, you can't run away from the fact you have plasmas out there. We know that it's going to redshift it. We have to figure out why it doesn't blur. I will also add what expanding space, as far as I know, does not explain, and I'm going to put this in the private chat if you'd like to put it in the comments. This is the polarization redshift relation in radio galaxies. I don't know how expanding space will explain it. However, it is a good explanation if it's passing through an interstellar medium. This is good evidence of the fact that photons are being affected by the interstellar medium. The polarization redshift relation, expanding space, does not make a good explanation for why this exists. Now, they have suggested kind of like dust or whatever. All well and fine, but you still have a polarization redshift relation. So how does it explain that? How does expanding space explain the polarization redshift relation. It doesn't. That's evidence that it's not expanding.
Tapioca, did you want to ask a question, or
I
you want to?
I wanted to ask if it, so I haven't, this isn't something I'm familiar with, the polarization redshift. It's something that, and also the other paper that he posted earlier is also something that I would have to read in depth. It should not come as a surprise to anybody that papers, when you read them, you need to read them, and like you need to read them carefully, and doing so live, very, very difficult to the point of almost impossible. So hopefully nobody is expecting that of any of us. But I was going to say, the paper that you previously supplied, are the authors also proposing that the general explanation for why the sky is blue is incorrect?
That is correct. And it would.
That's a
why,
tall order. It's extremely within the realm of laboratory experiments. So I would be very interested in that. Now, it is certainly the case that there have been times when general explanations for things have made it into the literature and been widely accepted and turned out to be wrong. Why is the sky is blue? Why the sky is blue, however, that is a topic that has been exceptionally thoroughly studied.
What they have said is the model of Rayleigh scattering was based on the indivisibility of the electromagnetic. Remember, classical electrodynamics was infinite. It was not quantum mechanical. It needed the correction. When you add the correction to quantum mechanics, the Rayleigh scattering breaks down. I found that very, very compelling. The reason this is also a very important paper, and I actually want to go, I'm tempted to go up to Princeton myself and meet with Dr. Schneider and start talking to these guys, because I'm interested in researching, doing a PhD in photonics. And this is a very interesting question, because when you go from the infinitely indivisible fluid model of classical electrodynamics, you go into the quantum mechanical model, you'll start getting different interactions, and Rayleigh scattering will start to fall apart. It starts to fall apart at the single photon level. That's what they were exploring. So when you have sparse amounts of photons interacting, it behaves differently than your continuous fluid model. And then they arrive at a different answer for why the sky is blue. But you can obviously see that the sky is blue, but there's no blurring in the process of that bluing effect. That's why this is very compelling.
I think that sorry, I'm not a participant in the debate, and I want to make that clear. Do you agree with that, Grayson? That we do not observe blurring from scattering in the sky?
Yeah, I don't. I've seen the paper that Sal is referencing. That's like, well, it's not really a paper. I guess it's not like peer reviewed or published, but it is from an actual scientist. So it is interesting how they derive the Hubble constant. But yeah, like you said, their actual science is not corroborated, or it's not consensus. It's definitely like a fringe viewpoint. So if it's true, and 50 years down the line, this guy gets credit for dismantling our understanding of why the sky is blue, and then this whole thing comes out as like stuff that was missed by all these scientists, and it totally upends the consensus, then I will totally concede to Sal on this. But other than that, so far, I just think it's an interesting idea in a paper. But yeah, I haven't read through the whole paper, but mainly what I wanted to point out was that, so this started out as me asking, what is the fact that contradicts the Big Bang? And this has morphed into Sal explaining how, well, there's an alternate model that may be, and again, this is contentious. This is what we've been debating about this whole time, about whether or not this alternative model even can explain what the Big Bang can explain. But he just wants to say that there's an alternative model that can also explain the redshifts. So far, that's all that's come up when I asked, what is the fact that disproves the Big Bang? He said one ugly fact disproves a beautiful theory. I've asked, what is that fact that disproves the Big Bang? And he said, well, this alternative model can also explain it. Okay, so just because an alternative model can accommodate for what we see, that's not a reason that is in contradiction with the Big Bang. That's not a fact that is saying, oh, this is debunking the Big Bang. This disproves it. Now, he brought up polarization. So that's why I linked in the side chat another paper that is much more recent. He said a 1993 paper. This is from 2011. And I'm just going to quote from the abstract here. We find no correlation between redshift and percentage polarization. So there you go. There are sources of polarized light in the universe, like elliptical galaxies, and there are mechanisms that explain that polarization. He waved it away. Oh, yeah, they have all their explanations about dust and all this stuff. Okay, those are the explanations. Why hand wave them away? We have explanations for why we observe polarization in the samples that we do. But like I said, in the paper I just quoted, there is no large-scale correlation between redshift and polarizations that's observed. It's only within specific samples, like in 1993 in the paper that Sal was citing. Only in their samples were they seeing like a correlation, which when you look at all of the samples, you don't see that correlation. It's not an effect that is like observed, like the correlation between redshift and distance.
So are you saying the
this paper up on the screen, Grayson?
What's that?
Did you want me to put this paper up on the screen? Did you want to point out anything
you can if you want.
It?
I just read the pertinent quote that I pulled from it. But yeah, this is from 2011. Okay. And yeah, so
okay.
Yeah, that's the paper that I just was looking up just because I wanted to fact check what Sal was saying about polarization, because I have not heard that there was a correlation between polarization and redshift. So then I looked it up, and then lo and behold, there's not one that's described in science that we know of. So, you know, I don't know if what Sal is saying is true about this correlation between polarization and redshift. I would think that would be a more well-known, well-described phenomenon than like one paper in the 90s that is in contradiction with newer papers.
If you guys want me to put up one of the papers again and pull up a specific part so you guys can argue over that specific thing, then please let me know. I will.
Well, mostly I was just saying, what is the fact that this proves the Big Bang? We can talk about alternative models. Sure, we can entertain alternative models, but just because they're capable of explaining the same things that the Big Bang is explaining, that doesn't debunk the Big Bang. It doesn't show what fact is in contradiction with the Big Bang.
I gave the fact. You have interstellar plasmas. It is known.
That's not in contradiction with the Big Bang.
It creates redshifts. That is known. I gave the experimental.
With the Big Bang either.
Absolutely, it is.
Look, everyone that's
the redshift does not.
You agree with this, Sal. Tell me if you disagree.
But all right, look. Can I finish my sentence? If I can finish my sentence,
then I'll
hold on, guys. Hold on. All right, Sal, go ahead and finish your sentence, and then.
Okay, I would appreciate being able to finish my. Is that okay with you, Grayson? Can I finish my sentence before you interrupt me? I'll try to afford you the same courtesy. Apologies, by the way, if I've interrupted you. So we'll try to just, okay. I know you're eager. I am too. I'll try not to interrupt you when, if I say I'm trying to make a point and respond to a question, I'd appreciate, and I'll try to afford you the same courtesy. So I've said the evidence is there is interstellar plasma. It is known that it causes redshift, and it will be proportional to distance. There's no question about that. We have to determine how much energy then is removed by its passes through the interstellar medium. You cannot just say, oh, it's going to just blur it, therefore it's not an explanation. We have to account for the fact of that photon flying through millions, maybe billions of light years away, and the loss of energy when it interacts with plasma. You can't just say, oh, look, it's not blurred. No, what you try to do is figure out why it's not blurring, because you cannot run away from the fact that it is going to redshift it, and it will create a redshift relation, just like Hubble pointed out. That is a falsification right there. At the very least, if it's not a falsification, it's a big pause and say, maybe time out. This is too premature to say this is a valid theory. It is certainly not on the level of electromagnetic theory, celestial mechanics or any number of physical theories that are well accepted. The Big Bang is now speculative science. It is in the category of speculative, low-quality science.
Okay, Sal, this is why I wanted to interrupt you, right? Because you didn't at all answer the question I asked you. You just went off on a whole tangent about, like, I asked you what was the fact that is in contradiction with the Big Bang model, and you're describing stuff that no one disagrees with. Like, you're saying, oh, the presence of intergalactic medium, like low-density plasmas, which all the proponents of the Big Bang model accept as a fact. You're saying, oh, these things redshift light. Again, everyone accepts that's a fact. None of those facts are in contradiction with the Big Bang model. All of those facts are accepted by the scientists that are proponents of the Big Bang model. None of those are in contradiction with the model. That's why I asked, what is the fact? You said multiple times in our debate, one ugly fact disproves any beautiful theory. You said the Big Bang has been disproved by an ugly fact. Now I'm asking you one more time, please don't go off into a 5-minute diatribe about alternative models. I'm asking, what is the fact that disproves the Big Bang?
The redshift relation established by plasma not expanding space. That's one. Number two, the absence of time dilation. And we can get to that. The fact that you don't recognize it as a fact, that is your privilege to do that. Okay. I recognize it as a fact. What you agree, what you will accept as a fact is not what I accept. That's why we disagree, and that's fine.
So
I'm not answering it in the way that you would like to hear me answer it. I acknowledge that, but I disregard the way you're evaluating me, okay. And we will not, okay. We cannot, this is where we will totally disagree, okay. And will not have resolution. Okay. But you can't sit here and say, I didn't give you facts, because you can say that, but that's your view of what counts as facts. It's not my view of what counts as facts, and I respect that. Okay. But you are not senior over me. We are peers in this discussion. Okay. You're not there to say I'm wrong. Okay.
Okay, Sal. Okay. So the first thing is not a fact. Like, just definitionally, you're just saying redshift plasmas is explaining the same observations as what the Big Bang is explaining, right? If they're explaining the same set of facts, then it's not a fact in contradiction with the Big Bang. That's my point. We can talk about time dilation. We can talk about that because that's what you said is the fact that the absence of time dilation is in contradiction with the Big Bang, and there's your ugly fact. If you want to make that point, fine, we can get to that discussion. But just in terms of you saying plasma cosmology provides an alternate model that explains the same set of facts, then you're not showing a fact that is in contradiction with the Big Bang. You're just saying that there's an alternate model that can explain the facts.
What I've said, we have experimentally established redshifts are caused by plasmas. Yes. That experimental facts. Okay.
True.
We have not established that expanding space even exists in the first place. I have a fact that can be experimentally established in the solar system and in the labs. You don't have one iota of evidence in the lab that space expands. That's the difference, and that's why my facts are better than yours.
No, that's silly logic. Because we have the same observations of redshift, the correlations between redshift and distance, the redshifts of type 1a supernovas, which show Adam Rees won the Nobel Prize for this, showing that the expansion rate of the universe is accelerating. We have observations that are completely in line with our predictions of using a model of an expanding space-time. So yes, all of the observations that we have of redshifts are within the predictions of an expanding space and time. So if you have verified predictions, that counts as evidence. So there's evidence for expanding space-time right there. And you're just saying that there's an alternative model that also could explain these facts. Now, I've cast some doubt about whether or not that alternate model is plausible. But even if it is plausible, that doesn't count as contradictory evidence of the Big Bang. You're just proposing another model that can also explain the same set of facts, which the Big Bang can explain. And like the observations of redshift are the evidence of the expansion of space and time, which you just want to say, oh, but it could be due to plasma and therefore it's not. But that is not how logic, reason, or evidence works. If you have two models that can both explain the same set of facts, then you need differentiated evidence. That doesn't mean that the evidence is like strongly in favor of one model or the other if they both explain the same set of facts. You need new facts to differentiate the models.
Do you have any laboratory experiments that you have expanding space in them?
Do you have any laboratory
No,
experiments?
I asked you a direct question. A simple yes or no would help. Do you have any laboratory experiments that have expanding space measurements?
That is not a criteria.
That is a question. That is a direct question. I'm asking you for experimental evidence. Do you have anything in Earthbound laboratories that shows that space is expanding? Do you have it in any of our mechanical models that we build spacecraft for that you have to put expanding space? Do you have one iota of laboratory experiments? Do you have one iota of us doing celestial mechanics for our space probes that uses expanding space? I would appreciate a simple yes or no.
Okay, no. And
Thank
now
you.
can I qualify that?
Good point.
Can I
Good
qualify
point.
what
Thank
I
you.
mean by that? Now, in
I have
our predictions, hey,
proved-
Sal, stop interrupting me.
Sal, let's let him go.
Seriously, you just went on a whole diatribe about how you're interrupting. Now you want to try to let me say one word and then hop on it. Okay, so no, and the reason for that is because we would not predict to see that. In our models of expanding space, you would not see the expansion on such small scales, definitionally. So you're asking for evidence for something that is not a part of the Big Bang model that we would not expect to see on those small scales. Now, when you want to ask, hey, is there evidence on large scale observations? Then the answer is yes, there is. So you want to say, oh, hey, well, if there's no small scale in a lab experimental evidence, which, by the way, is not a criteria for determining the validity of a scientific model, but if you want to make up that criteria and then say, oh, well, it's debunked because the criteria I made up for what I will accept as evidence is not met, even though the actual criteria for what counts as scientific evidence is completely met in our observations of redshift in the universe. But Sal wants to ignore all this evidence because it doesn't fit with his model. So he'll say, well, hey, I'm making up a new criteria. And this new criteria is if you can't prove it in a lab, in a building on Earth, then there's no evidence and it's not true. And we don't, obviously this is faulty reasoning. There's no basis for this. This is a rhetorical little trick of his to try to have a little gotcha moment where he says, yes or no, say yes or no. And then he ignores the faulty assumptions and the made up criteria that have gone into his question. So you want to talk about time dilation or not?
I'd like to respond to what you just said. You have admitted, sir, that you have no laboratory experiments that you can cite for expanding space. You have no spacecraft experiments within the solar system where you can have expanding space. The only place you can appeal to is stuff where it's not detectable. So you have a theory that says, oh, you can't detect it, but it exists. And this is the reason you can't detect it. That's not very good science. I'm sorry. Relative to experimental science, that is pathetic. You have a theory that says it's there, but it's also a theory that explains why you can't directly detect it in the lab.
Lying by omission.
That is pathetic. That is pathetic. I have instead provided experimental evidence. You can find it. You found it even in the solar system that plasmas redshift. If they redshift, you have to account for that. I don't see that being accounted for. It's also a redshift distance relationship because the farther that photon flies, the more plasmas it's going to encounter, the more energy it's going to lose. That is a fact. Until you start putting that in the Hubble relation, there is at the very least, even if space is expanding, you have an incomplete model. So you have a theory that is, oh, we can't measure. We have no evidence directly that we can measure. We have to appeal to stuff that, we have a model that explains why we can't detect it. That is pathetic. That is pathetic.
You're lying. That's a lie by omission. You're saying we cannot detect it, but what you're leaving off of that sentence is we cannot detect it in a lab, in a building, right? We can detect it in our observations of redshift. Okay, it is detectable. We have detected it. You are lying if you say otherwise, because you are only talking about small scale. and you want to disregard that, and you want to lead on you want to make these claims to the audience that we cannot detect it, even though you're leaving out the pertinent details about scale, which totally disprove what you're talking about. We can observe the expansion of space-time at large scales. Okay, now you want to say, oh, it's not detectable, we can't observe that at small scales. Complete the context. Make your claims in context, or else you're lying by omission. And I want to say that the experiments that you're talking about, that plasma causes redshift, cannot account for the type of redshift that we actually observe on cosmological scales because of the lack of blurring. Find me a experiment where plasma has caused redshift without blurring. If you can find that, fact check it right here, then you might have a point. But until you can show that plasma can redshift light without causing blurring, then your point is debunked by the evidence.
May I respond? Sir, you've said that we can detect it in space. I'm sorry, that's circular reasoning. That is totally circular reasoning because you have to eliminate the other possibilities. You have not sufficiently done that. So therefore, your appeal to an observation as proof still fails. This is like the geocentrists saying, oh, the sun rises every day. That's proof of the geocentric model. Until you consider the alternative models that actually do have experimental evidence, which is more than I can say for the Big Bang expanding space model, then all you've done is appeal to circular reasoning. That is low quality science. In fact, that's probably bordering on religion. Now, I do have some other things we can talk about, that the lack of time dilation. I have a paper in the Astrophysical Journal that would also lend credence to the idea that this is not a expanding space. The redshift is not due to expanding space. This is devastating. So, you're going to accept things. You have no laboratory proof on Earth-bound laboratory experiments. You have nothing in the solar system. There's nothing in my classical mechanics books or anything that does celestial mechanics that said, oh, let's put expanding space. There's nothing in quantum mechanics for when we do ordinary chemistry, solid state physics. Oh, let's put expanding space. The only place it exists now is in circularly reasoned expanding space model speculations. It is religion at this point. It is speculation. That's fine. But let's not put it on the same level of experimental science.
Can you explain what is circular about looking at observations in the sky, saying, hey, these observations are in line of an expanding space-time model? What is circular about that? Like,
you can say it's in line, but it's not proof.
Okay, so
is
it's
that
in
right?
line.
It's not proof. It's not proof the Big Bang. You have failed to prove the Big Bang. You can only appeal to circular arguments like this. You just said it's proof that it's expanding, and I said no, it's not proof.
Right?
It's only in line. So you changed it.
Put forward a fact that disproves the Big Bang. So far, you have only put up alternative models that can explain the same set of facts, and the facts themselves are not in contradiction of the Big Bang model. So what's the point of that whole quote that you had throughout our debate about one ugly fact debunking a beautiful theory if you can't show any of these supposed ugly facts?
I have another one, sir. I just put it up. It's in the private chat. It's from the Astrophysical Journal. Daniel Kasevsky, he is a senior researcher at NASA. You can look up if anyone wants to fact check Daniel Kasevsky's. And then Vahe Petrosian at Stanford University, longtime physics professor. I actually would appreciate a fact check on their background to establish that they are real scientists at pretty good institutions. Dr. Blitz had a nice 2-hour interview with Rebecca. He said the two things that would falsify the Big Bang is the explanation of redshift by a different model, the absence of time dilation. We have a paper here by two respected.
Sal, I'm sorry to interrupt, but what is it you wanted us to try to fact check for you exactly?
Okay, it's the one. It's on the lack of time dilation signatures in gamma ray burst light curves. by Daniel Kasevsky and Vahe Petrosian. Kasevsky, you can look at his institutional affiliations. This is in the Astrophysical Journal, February 25th, 2013. The American Astronomical Society.
This one that's here on the screen right now, right?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
All right. Now,
Yeah,
people will obviously...
the authors look legit.
Okay, you heard it. The authors look legit. The authors look legit. Petrosian, Stanford professor, decades. Kasevsky, NASA Marshall Space Flight Center, and then others. Many, many peer-reviewed publications by both. And this is in the Astrophysical Journal, the American Astronomical Society. This is a legit journal. So whether you accept their conclusions or not, this is not good for the Big Bang, because relativity predicts that in the Big Bang framework particularly, that the more redshift there is, the more time dilation you should see. This absence of time dilation is indicating this is not expanding space. Dr. Blitz, who's a mathematical physicist, expert in general relativity, also agreed with me. If there's a lack of time dilation, it's curtains for the Big Bang.
Okay.
Whether this is correct or not, anyone can fact check me on here. If there's an absence of time dilation, this is bad for the Big Bang.
Okay.
This means that claim that we're seeing expansion is an illusion.
Okay, so in your model of plasma cosmology, right, you said that if there is a lack of blurring, that does not mean that plasma cosmology is incorrect. That does mean, according to you, that there needs to be some kind of explanation within plasma cosmology for the lack of blurring, correct? That was your reasoning. So in this case, right, if I take, because I'm not familiar with this paper, but if I take this paper at its word that there is a lack of observation for time dilation effects in gamma ray bursts, if I take that at its face value, why would the logic be any different as saying, well, there needs to be an explanation for why that is within the Big Bang model? Why would that logic be any different in this case?
You're having to appeal to a promissory note, and this is really thin ice at this point.
Well, I'm
Because
using the same
I'll tell you why. Because you've just said here, there's no laboratory experiment that will give you expanding space. There's nothing in the solar system with our spacecraft that proves expanding space. You're now trying to defend expanding space with yet another promissory note. I have said, at the very least, we know redshift is caused by plasmas. There are multiple modes of redshift. And but it is definitely testable. So sure. Why don't you just say, oh, we can keep supporting the Big Bang with promissory notes and just contesting other peer-reviewed papers. That's fine. Just don't represent it as experimental level science. Put it down there kind of in speculative.
So first of all, okay, I did show that I'm using the same logic that you were using before. You didn't call it promissory notes before when you talk about the lack of blurring, debunking plasma cosmology. You said there's some sort of explanation, and it's outside of the physics that we know of. But that's not a promissory note, according to you. Even though all of the plasma redshift that we've seen results in blurring, I mean, you haven't shown me any papers that can show plasma causing redshift without blurring. I asked for them. Maybe you'll show them later in this discussion. But so far, we have not seen any that show us that this is even possible. But that doesn't count as a promissory note for you. What counts as a promissory note is that, hey, there's a reason why maybe we're not seeing time dilation effects on gamma ray bursts in specific, even though it's well established that we do see time dilation effects in supernovas. That's what Adam Rees won the Nobel Prize for. So it's established.
I think that's a fact check right there. I'm sorry. He won the Nobel Prize for dark energy, not seeing time dilation effects.
Based on what observations?
I was asking for a fact check on that. What did Adam Rees win his Nobel Prize for?
What did Adam Rees win his Nobel Prize for? Okay, 1 second.
The observations of the expansion rate of the universe accelerating.
But you just said he established time dilation. He did not.
Yeah, well, there was time dilation in those supernovas.
That's
what allowed
it was
him.
assumed. Sorry, sir. It was assumed again. It was assumed.
Oh,
And
so
there
you're
are
saying that
papers
we don't ever see time dilation?
There are papers that contradict time dilation in supernova. There are papers that say for. There are papers that say against. This is problematic. We don't have this level of disagreement on basic experimental stuff like electromagnetic theory.
Because I know of a lot of papers that show the time dilation effects in supernovas, but the only one that I'm aware of that shows that there is not one is the Crawford paper that you brought up during our debate. That's the only one that I'm aware of that's on the other side of the fence on this.
All right,
I just gave you another one right here by Kovetsky and Petrosian, so that's at least two.
That was for gamma ray bursts, not for supernova.
Also, that paper in the abstract, they say they propose that it is masked by a bigger effect that goes in the opposite direction, which they.
Yeah, so they are proposing solutions within the Big Bang framework in the paper itself. So it's not like that this is, you said one ugly fact disproves the theory. So then when we go and look at the paper that's describing this ugly fact of yours, the lack of time dilation, we see that the scientists that are actually doing the work and observing this supposedly ugly fact are finding explanations for it within the Big Bang model. So
where does it say Big Bang in there? Does it say that? Did it say anything in that whole paper that said Big Bang?
Well, they were saying that they were proposing a.
Well, why don't we just go to the paper?
This is the proper scientific name for the Big Bang, right? It's actually
have you read this paper before? Right? Have you read this paper before? And you're going to say something that this or that, and you haven't read it. Can you tell the audience whether you read the paper before? Is this the first time you've seen it?
Yeah, this is the first time I've seen it.
Okay,
and they
thank
said
you.
Clearly that there's a.
For the record, this is the first time you said it.
Stop it.
Okay, thank you very much.
Let me answer. We clearly read that there was a compensatory effect that they are proposing, right? Compensating for what, Sal? For the time dilation effects from the expansion of space and time. It's in the paper.
I didn't read it that. I did.
Oh, now you didn't read the paper.
That's not how. No, I didn't read it that way. Is what I'm saying.
Oh, okay.
The conclusion on the lack of time dilation signatures in gamma ray burst light curves.
So you just want to cherry pick the paper. You just want to take what you want from the paper,
right.
but you want to leave
read it.
The rest.
I can bring it back up.
Because you read it.
If we look, okay, so column 2, the first entire paragraph of column 2 of the PDF, sorry, the paragraph starting in this paper, we examined the effects of time dilation. We find that the observed durations of the gamma ray bursts decrease with redshift because of the diminishing signal to noise ratio makes only the bright portions of the pulses accessible to the detectors. What this means is that the pulses are getting shifted so that the parts of the spectra that would be the clear smoking gun evidence of the time dilation are, but we're not observing those. We're observing truncated pulses because of the distance and the decreased signal to noise ratio. So this is a problem due to the signal to noise of the measurement as the sources get further and further and further away.
So the way
that is, I believe, how they are explaining it.
I've read it further, and they say even if you account for that, there's still an absence of time dilation. In the abstract, It says the results of our simulation are consistent with the fact that the simple time dilation of gamma ray burst light curves is not materialized in either the Swift or Fermi detected GRB with known redshifts.
Yes.
There is an absence. They have the problem is we're supposed to detect it. They're coming up with an explanation why we're not.
Yeah, and their explanation,
some of it, but not all. As I read the rest of the paper, even when you account for that suppression effect, it's still problematic. That's my interpretation. I could be wrong, but look, I have provided it. We can examine it.
Thank you.
This is not the time to be able to read through an entire peer-reviewed paper.
You're absolutely right. It looks like Section 5 analytic description of the duration bias is sort of at the heart of it. So maybe in the future we can take a look at that, but it gets, there's a lot of math.
No, okay, no, just time out here. This is exactly the sort of level of discussion we need, because this is really important. If there's absence of time dilation, if we continue to find this absence of time dilation, further, if we overturn the papers that have claimed time dilation because we find circular reasoning, this is going to be very problematic. This is devastating. This will be the end of the Big Bang.
Okay, well, if
in
40
the
years we
idea
come
of
back and we say, hey, Sal was right. They disproved the Big Bang because of time dilation. Oh, wow. Okay, then you'll be right. Then you'll be validated. But I just want to fact check you earlier because you asked for the fact check. This is just when I search Adam Rees Nobel Prize. It says that he was awarded the 2011 Nobel Prize in Physics for his contributions to the discovery of the acceleration of the expansion of the universe. That is word for word what I'm seeing there. So that's pretty much what I had said earlier. So
he's also quoted as saying, "My involvement in the discovery of the accelerating universe and its implications for the presence of dark energy has been an incredibly exciting adventure."
No, what I was contesting is you said he discovered time dilation. When we play this debate, I'll clip that out because you specifically said that. I called for a fact check because that's not why he won the Nobel Prize. It was for exactly what you read. It was the accelerating expansion.
How do you think
not about time dilation? He assumed it.
How do you think he measured that? Because of time dilation effects.
He assumed it, sir.
No, it wasn't assumed. Show me that it was assumed. I need to fact check that. I mean, you're saying that Adam Rees just assumed that there was time dilation?
It's an assumption because I'm showing you papers like this.
No. That's not.
These papers show, there are other papers that show absence of time dilation.
Show me the
you cannot
assumption.
say that he proved it.
You made the claim,
all these other papers floating around saying there's an absence of it. So why does he assume it, get the Nobel Prize, yet there are people that are contesting the very thing?
Because you're talking about
one of the fundamental assumptions. That is not a proof.
The papers that you're showing are showing a lack of time dilation in specifically gamma ray bursts. You might even have some quasar ones. Again, that's not what Adam Rees was looking at. Adam Rees was looking at type 1a supernovas, and he used the observations of the time dilation effects in type 1a supernovas to calculate the accelerating expansion rate. That's how he did it.
That's an assumption.
No, show me that. Show me that. Where's the assumption? Where did he make this assumption? I want to see it.
Because there are papers that say there's no time dilation in supernovas.
Not in supernova, in gamma ray bursts and quasars. That's all you've shown. You
want me to show you one on supernovas? I'll give you one.
Okay. And so even if, I want to make this very clear, because even if you were to show like some sort of paper that is not able to see time dilation in supernovas, even if that is the case, that does not show that Adam Rees made the assumption about time dilation and was basing this on an assumption. That is not evidence that he made this assumption. You'd have to show it in his math, in his paper. Where is the assumption of time dilation coming in? Because
it's right in his Nobel Prize.
There. You can't show it.
I can show it. It's right in his Nobel Prize lecture. He said when I put in the correction, and he said he specifically uses the word time dilation. That is an assumption. That is not a proof.
No.
Then he got negative mass. He got negative mass in his computation.
Yeah, you're misunderstanding him there. You're not following along with what he's talking about because you're addressing his Nobel Prize lecture. You're not addressing the actual math and his actual methodology. What he's talking about is the K correction, which is done regardless of whether or not you have an expanding universe. Okay? A K correction is done to redshifts to get back to the common frame of reference, right? So you do it regardless. Even if the redshifts were due to plasma, you would still be doing the K correction. So you're not understanding what he's talking about in the Nobel Prize lecture.
He added time dilation in his calculation.
Show me.
All right.
I don't think he did. I think that that's a bogus.
Can we
claim.
bring up the Nobel Prize? You want me to bring? Will someone bring up the Nobel Prize lecture?
Why don't we actually
And-
look at his math?
I haven't been listening to this part of the discussion. Sorry, I've been
Okay.
continuing to look at this paper.
Adam Rees gave a Nobel Prize. Oh, by the way, thank you for your curiosity in the paper, and perhaps Dr. Tapioca, we can talk about the paper in depth someday.
The conclusion of the paper lists seven bullet points, sort of highlighting their conclusions, which may actually be something that we could go over right now. It's remarkably readable, and
Okay.
so I don't know.
So
Do you have?
You guys can do that. Just 1 second. I wanted to show this real quick because I was looking up what you guys were saying,
Mhm.
and I found this paper on the National Library of Medicine. This is a paper on relativity in the global positioning system. And here in this section, it says the clock must be moved so that must be moved slowly so that changes in the moving clock's rate due to time dilation relative to a reference clock at the rest of the Earth's surface are extremely small. So I mean, this is paper just describing,
Kaz, I'll stop
the
you there.
use of
I'll
time
just
dilation.
say that the time dilation described here is due to special relativity and due to like general relativity, basically. But it's not due to the expansion of space-time itself in a cosmological sense. It's just due to like relative, like
So
different.
this is two
motion.
different kinds.
Yeah.
Okay. Did not know that. Thank you.
Well, just to clarify, Kaz, I believe there is time dilation.
So you do.
So
Okay.
when there is relative motion, you're going to have time dilation. Clocks will slow down for one of the clocks. In the case of the Big Bang expanding space model, the prediction is the clocks will slow down for objects that are moving very fast relative to us. So the faster they're moving, the more the clocks will slow down, the more we should see this adjustment. So what happens is when we look at these explosions out in space, so we compare it to the explosions that are close to us. Well, the prediction is that these gamma ray bursts, they're like explosions. These gamma ray bursts that explode, and they're a certain average duration close to us. The farther out we look, the ones that are far out should look like they're exploding in slow motion. And the subject of this paper is saying we're not seeing that change in duration. This is a prediction of the Big Bang model. If it doesn't have that, a number of physicists have said that would be very strong evidence against the Big Bang. Dr. Blitz, in his interview, he's a mathematical physicist with Rebecca, said that is the big deal. If you have absence of time dilation in that means there's not relative motion there. It's not expanding space. The Big Bang is wrong.
Right. So I just posted.
And that's why this is going.
I just posted a source in the private chat showing the time dilation effects from type 1a supernova.
Right now.
That's what I was talking about. This is a paper from 2008. So yeah, the effects are documented. They are there. There's the time dilation clearly documented right here. So what Sal is talking about, again, I keep pointing this out, right? Because he's not talking about stuff for type 1a supernova. He's only talking about this gamma ray bursts. That's the paper that he provided. So it's entirely conceivable that there would be something, a compensatory effect that is in the paper itself, what is proposed, that is affecting specifically gamma ray bursts, right? So this is not any ugly fact that disproves the Big Bang, okay? Like there are explanations for why this would occur within the Big Bang paradigm. It doesn't debunk the Big Bang, but also I just showed the paper where we do see the time dilation effects predicted by the model. So there you go.
That was a 2008 paper. I provided 2017 paper by a astronomer, Crawford.
So
Okay.
yes or no, has any other scientist been able to replicate Crawford's results?
I don't know.
To my knowledge, people have tried and nobody has been able to get the same results that Crawford did.
He specifically criticized the 2008 paper as invoking circular reasoning, I believe.
How though?
My
recollection
is there. Now, the thing I would like to point out, he used the Sloan digital survey. If we go down to the graph, way down, you'll see it. He is, thank you, Dr. Mike. There, that one, the one with the pretty colors. If you expand it,
So why isn't any other scientist able to get this?
That is not my problem. That is, let me just say this. These data points, these dots here, are available on the Sloan Digital Sky
And no
Survey.
one's been able to get it like Crawford did. Like,
Look,
what you're saying is accurate.
Look,
data is publicly available, but nobody can get the same results that Crawford did. So why is that?
I think it's the funding.
Okay, but how much funding does it take for you to take these publicly available results and plug them in the machine and put them in the algorithms and get the results Crawford did? I don't think it's a lack of funding. People have literally tried. I mean, it's not like they didn't have the funding.
How do you know that?
People have tried to replicate these results.
How do you know that?
Unsuccessfully.
How do you know that? How do you know that? By the way, this is why we're having this discussion. I'm hoping people will take a look at this. You have access to the Sloan Digital Sky Survey. They're physicists that can look. So now I'm advertising it. Why don't we have a look? Why doesn't someone look at this? I started to look at this. I said, I'm going to need to get, for me to do this, I would have to go and work with these researchers for a long time to understand how to gather data from the Sloan Digital Sky Survey, understand the meaning, and then we could replot the point. It's granted you're suspicious. That's fine. That's great. But that's not what I'm trying to point out. There's a contrary paper. He's an astronomer. He's a retired astronomer. That gets my notice. I don't think he has a religious agenda in here. And there's a minority of scientists that start to sympathize with him. So, this is great. I think skepticism should be welcome. Skepticism, we're supposed to be skeptics here, right? This is contrary data. We can look at it. Why try to suppress this? We can settle this. It doesn't have to be settled today. I'm putting it on the table. So that's why, but the point was, I said Adam Rees is assuming it. He's assuming it based on studies like 2008. That's still an assumption. It is not a proof, because later on we've had people that said, no, it's not there. So as long as you have respected scientists on both sides, albeit the minority, notwithstanding that it is the minority, I would say that it is not settled science. At that point, it is still an assumption.
Okay, so Adam Rees was doing his work in the late 90s. Okay, so this was way before that 2008 paper. And he wasn't just taking these time dilation effects. He got the Nobel Prize for making the observations himself. He observed type 1a supernovas, looked at his observations, said, hey, the time dilation effects here that I'm observing are evidence of an accelerating expansion rate for the universe. That was what he won the Nobel Prize for. He made the observations. He did not assume time dilation. He observed it.
While he's looking up whatever he's about to look up, I'm still a little confused on the distinction between this time dilation that's in the GPS paper versus the time dilation that you guys are considering.
Okay, so time dilation is I actually am a little bit, I'm actually slightly unclear on exactly what the time dilation being discussed about the supernovae are. Is this a gravitational time dilation, or is this this is a distant, it's a redshift?
It's expansion to be time dilation resulting from the expansion of space-time.
Okay. So before I just want to ask Sal, do you accept gravitational redshifts, right?
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Oh yes.
Okay. So we have time dilation can occur in special relativity due to the relative velocity of two different frames of reference. This is the like twin paradox. If you send a twin really far going at the speed of light and then they turn around and come back, then they will have aged at a different rate. Then there is also time dilation, which comes about due to gravitational effects. In the movie Interstellar, when they went down to that planet with the like high gravity or that was really near the black hole or something, and then they came back out and many years had passed, that is a different phenomenon. Grayson can probably give a better summary of the cosmological sort of time dilation of the expanding universe than I can, at least at this moment.
So just to interject, and I'll invite Grayson to talk. Thank you. So the one that is velocity based, we call that kinetic time dilation, and then the other one's gravitational. We have to account for both. In the Heffel-Keating experiment, we had to actually account for both. The one in expanding space, that's one that I was never taught in school specifically, because it's kind of just, it's a specialized model.
It's also newer.
Yeah, yeah, but it is a predicted one. That's one I had to, my first assignment in grad school was to derive the kinetic time dilation from Maxwell's equations. The professor kind of baby fed us because we couldn't do it all on our own in that one assignment. The gravitational.
Yeah, that's not easy. Kinetic time dilation just from Maxwell's equations?
Oh, I did it on my, oh, by the way, on my academic channel, anyone interested, you'll see it, where I start with the D'Alembert, and I do I do the differentiation in chain rule, two chain rule differentiation. I use the Lorentz transformation, and you can see it just drops out. Kinetic time dilation will drop out from that. But the gravitation one, I never quite got
how Einstein developed. That's like how Einstein kind of developed special relativity, though. So
right.
just being told, "Hey, figure it out," and then being able to do it would be very, very impressive. Like it makes sense that the professor would step you through it.
Oh yeah, but the one with expanding space time dilation, I just have to accept that some guys, smart guys, figured out how much there has to be. I've not derived it. I barely saw it once in class where the professor derived it, and I kind of rolled my eyes. So Grayson, thank you. If you wanted to explain that.
Yeah, I mean, it's basically the same thing. Like the expansion of space and time is what is posited to cause redshift, right? The stretching out of the wavelengths of light. So in the same way that it's affecting like the space of the light is being stretched out and causing redshift, we would expect that if it's space-time that is what is expanding, that the time would also be stretched. So if we observe like events like supernova that are happening very far away, that are redshifted, then we would expect them to be happening slower. Like you would expect them to be going in slow motion. That's the time dilation.
I understand now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, and that's what we observe in the paper I showed you with the supernova observations.
Yes.
That's what we observe.
And
now, Sal is saying that this Crawford guy is saying that there is no time dilation. But I just want to point out, like, you know, this is specifically one guy that is putting out this content. Now, this is like, you know, the astronomers have tried to replicate it. Astronomers have looked at his results. It's not like he's shouting into the void and no one's aware of him. Like, people are aware of this guy. And again, like, there's a reason why his results stay with him. It's like, it's not some big conspiracy against him. It's like his results haven't been reproduced by anybody else. And they should be reproduced by other people if they're accurate. It's not like these things take huge amounts of funding. It's not like, we just don't have enough funding to check if this retired guy did it himself without funding, right? This is a retired scientist that came out with this. I mean, I don't know if it's a paper or not.
Is this the same David Crawford who got his doctorate from the University of Chicago? Because I don't know if it's this, because the paper
David F. Crawford.
Okay, so that's not the one that shows up on Wikipedia, because I wasn't able to. I am skeptical of this guy. I'm not discounting him because, like I said, I don't know where his calculations are going wrong, if they are. But the fact that other people haven't been able to replicate his results is a red flag for me. It's also a red flag that he's all alone in making all of these claims. And then it's just sort of like, you know, again, maybe in 50 years, we'll look back on it and say, oh, wow, we all were sleeping on Crawford. And Crawford actually ended up disproving time dilation. And he'll get his name in the annals of science forever. He was one of the biggest scientific names of our time. He's like Picasso. He's like, you know, and we're all ignoring him. He's like Van Gogh for our time, you know. And maybe Sal will be right. Maybe this is the biggest scientist of our era, and we just didn't know about it. But I
I personally think that his results are just kind of bunk, but that's just because other scientists haven't been able to replicate them. And yeah, I mean, we have papers explicitly to the contrary showing the time dilation from type 1a supernovas. And that's what Adam Rees got the Nobel Prize for discovering observationally.
Okay.
I just want to say to everybody in the chat, thank you all for joining us. And this is a time unlimited debate. We're not going to have a timer or any kind of restriction on the time. So feel free to settle in and get comfortable. If you have a super chat or a question for one of them, please tag me at Atheist Edge. And yeah, please go ahead, guys.
So my understanding, let me see if I can find my thing, is that you've got, I'll just pull up, I don't know if you guys can see it. So if you have a type 1a supernova, then it's if this is time and this is luminosity, then it does something like this, right?
Right.
I might need to turn off my blur. And type 1a supernova are unique amongst things, as I'm sure both Grayson and Sal know here, but for the audience, if the audience is unaware, they are interesting and unique because they always occur in sort of the same way. They occur when matter is accreting onto, I really hope I'm getting this one right, because there's several different types of supernova, onto a white dwarf, and when it reaches a certain mass limit, the supernova happens, and because it always happens at the same mass limit, they happen with the same profile and with the same spectrum as well. So what I believe Grayson is saying is that if you were to look at this curve from a very, very, very distant supernova, then it would appear stretched out. Is that roughly correct, Grayson?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, so you would expect that to be stretched out, and he's saying that this was observed in the 2008 paper, and Sal is saying that Crawford's analysis disputes this because you have to do some processing of the raw sort of signal that you look at in order to get to some of these things. What Sal's paper is showing is that you have a similar effect, but for gamma ray bursts that goes something like that, and that when we look at the gamma ray bursts, we don't see that the gamma ray burst is getting way spread out. And so I think that paper is acknowledging that you don't, the spread out of the pulse of a gamma ray burst has indeed not been seen. That is true. It has not been seen, but I think that the disagreement between Sal and Grayson is whether that is because it should be seen or if it is because it is being masked for other reasons. And so I think these curves actually also get dimmer because they're very, very far away. And so if it gets dimmer, then you're only seeing maybe if your threshold is here, then as it gets dimmer, instead of the pulse looking longer, the pulse doesn't really appear to get longer at all because your signal to noise ratio is only able to catch this little bit that perks up. That is my understanding based on a very quick sort of read through of the paper on the lack of time dilation signatures in gamma ray burst light curves. I think what Sal then further proposed was that when you do account for this phenomenon, there remains a residual deviation from the expectations. And so that would be something where I would, where that would sort of be the next thing that I would go to look for in this paper to see if I could identify that. So do both of you feel like I reasonably Sure.
reasonably, there was one minor point. What Crawford goes further to say is because we're dealing with averages here, you can select data sets that will give you the, not that he's saying it's deliberate. What he said is the papers that detected it, there was a subtle circular reasoning. You're assuming the conclusion you're trying to prove. What ended up happening is they ended up, there was a selection bias in their picking that they didn't realize, that they're inadvertently picking the very things that would confirm. It's like a confirmation bias. And he picked that apart. And so what he tried to do is to show the entire survey without it selected. And you can kind of see in his paper, and this, I'm just saying, let's put this out on the table, because the fact that we have absence of time dilation in the quasars, that's also disputed. There are two sides of this. This is what I'm saying is, at the very least, we should not see this level of disagreement among scientists. So regarding Crawford, he's not the same as David L. Crawford, who was University of Chicago. He was in Sydney. He did work at Cornell in the cosmic ray group. He has requisite background in this. Okay. And he has recently signed his protest against the Big Bang cosmology. There were 3 professors at my undergrad, George Mason, 3.5 really, but 3 that came out and said they don't believe in the Big Bang. Of course, it got my attention. I'm an undergrad there. And so to hear professors at your own university saying, well, what you're learning in the textbooks isn't right, it catches my attention. And when Adam Rees had gotten his Nobel Prize, there were whispers among the faculty, whispers, and the graduate students. It's like they're concerned. So what I'm articulating here is a minority position. This isn't about atheism or, it was talking about, I am a creationist, but the sentiment I was getting was secular. These were secular sentiments that were being expressed. I can't just write them off. And so Crawford is in the minority, and I'm just grateful that Kaz is letting me articulate my case. I was hoping a physicist would get to hear my side. It might spark some curiosity and some review, and just keep an open mind, because someone out there in solid state physics might know someone in plasma physics, might know someone in laser physics. They can help carry out the right level of experiments that I think can settle this. And that would be in photonic research, the effect of plasmas on photons, and whether we can solve the blurring problem. So I'm very grateful you're looking at these papers and that they've sparked your curiosity. That's all I could ask for today, because it is a lot to try to figure out what's in the papers. It's even going to be harder to try to do a data reduction that could take 1 or 2 years independently confirm or refute what people are claiming. I mean, I don't know that I could have the expertise of Petrosian, a Stanford professor of 40 years. I don't know how to, I wouldn't know how to be able to match that caliber of expertise.
I work at Stanford. I could go and try and ask if maybe.
Sorry, go ahead.
I was just going to say I haven't met the man personally. I would be stunned if he would agree with your general creationist leanings, but maybe I'll see if I can look into that potentially.
Thank you. I would be curious. Look, for the sake of everyone, this would be great to clarify what,
I just want to say that I'm totally okay with you guys digging into these papers as in depth as you want. I don't think that it's okay. It's a problem to let you guys read every single word of a paper and go through it line by line and actually work out some of the equations. I don't care. I would love to see all that kind of stuff happening in a debate, because that's kind of what I'm looking to see, especially as a layperson who has no idea what I'm looking at when I'm reading these equations.
Yeah, so I'll just say, like, back in the 40s and the 50s, right? The consensus scientific view, that was when all we had were like some of the redshift observations. Obviously, we didn't have like the type 1a supernova, like the time dilation. We didn't have some of the stuff that we were talking about, but we did have like the correlation between redshift and distance, which is expected for an expanding space-time model. But that wasn't enough to convince a scientific consensus of the Big Bang model at that time. It was only in the early 60s with the observations of the cosmic microwave background that all of the scientific community, or virtually all of it, like 98+% of it, was like, oh, wait, that's proof for the Big Bang enough for me. That is the event that changed the scientific consensus, was the discovery of the CMB.
Yes.
So
Yes.
it's a little bit weird that that hasn't come up in the conversation at all yet, seeing as that was the main thing that convinced the scientific community of the validity of the Big Bang model. And even if we have plasma redshift, we still would not have an explanation for the cosmic microwave background.
It's not come up in the conversation. We just never got around to it. You asked for what
I
the
actually
primary one is.
think that is a point in favor of this conversation. It's been pretty well focused.
Yeah.
And in conversations of this nature, that can be very difficult to pull off.
Thank you. Dr. Tapioca, if we could, if Kaz can put us in touch, I would be deeply grateful. This would be a public service to everyone, that we have actually access to an author of a paper that we've discussed here. That's very rare, that we can throw out a paper in a discussion like this and we would have access to one of the authors to clarify the points in our understanding. And if I'm wrong, I have to swallow my pride and say, hey, look, I got to get it right because people rely on what I say. They're creationists that listen to what I say. And I want to make sure that I communicate accurately things from what the authors say. I do know Crawford is against the Big Bang. He has said so in a number of ways. Petrosian is an applied physicist. He may not really care, like a lot of applied physicists. It's like, it's not my problem. Okay, so thank you. This was already productive for what I had hoped. This is beyond all my expectations that I could meet someone that could actually contact Petrosian. And even better would be, I'm presuming Kosevsky is his student at the Marshall Space Flight Center. That would be fabulous.
Yeah, I'll see. I'll look into it and see if that's doable. Sometimes
Are we ready to wind it down?
Yeah, sometimes affiliations don't mean that they're actually located there. So, but maybe I can send an email or something too. So,
Are we trying to wind it down and end it up now?
I didn't necessarily want to imply that. I was just sort of trying to give a kind of understanding, big picture understanding of the points in the arguments so far, and to make sure that I kind of understood them, and to see if either Sal or Grayson wanted to disagree or clarify something about sort of at least my understanding. I'm happy to keep going on it.
Well, so
yes,
far,
I'd like to. Grayson, I'll tell you what I wanted to put on the table, and you wanted microwave background. I have one on the table for angular diameter.
Okay, yeah, I'll do angular diameter. We can discuss that, but I just want to make sure of summarizing where we are at in the conversation. So initially I asked for what is the fact that contradicts the validity of the Big Bang model. We talked a lot about alternative models that could explain the same set of facts. And then we brought up time dilation, or the lack thereof, as being a fact that supposedly debunks the Big Bang model. But on a closer inspection of all of these so-called facts, we see that none of them are accepted as facts in the scientific community. There's some question of whether or not these things are even facts, like the lack of observation of time dilation. We just went back and forth on a whole discussion about whether or not that is even a true fact. So far, all of the facts that I've heard that supposedly contradict the Big Bang is either questionable whether or not they even are factual, or it's just a question of, hey, that doesn't actually contradict the Big Bang theory. The Big Bang cosmologists are well aware of all of the intergalactic plasma. It's not like they're leaving it out of their calculations. So far, we have not heard any fact that contradicts the Big Bang model. So if we want to talk about observations of angular diameters for distant galaxies, like with the new JWST data, I'm very welcome to discussing that, because I think I'm trying to find a fact that Sal will claim, a fact that disproves or contradicts the Big Bang model? That's what I want to get out of this conversation. So far, I haven't heard any non-disputable, incontestable fact that contradicts the model.
I certainly agree. I totally disagree with that characterization, and it's what you consider facts and what I consider facts. If you're gonna invoke stuff that you can't even experiment, you have said you don't even have facts that you can measure for expanding space in laboratories or the solar system. You have no incontestable facts.
Now, how do we know that supernova happened?
What?
Can we reproduce a supernova in our labs?
No,
we look up into the sky and we make observations to show that supernova exist. But according to your criteria, we would have to say supernova cannot exist because we have not replicated one in a lab. That's why your criteria of whether or not you can replicate something in a lab on Earth is not a valid criteria of determining whether or not something exists. It's just not. It's not a valid criteria.
Could I finish my point? This sounded like a summary, and you're interrupting my summary. Is that okay with you, Grayson?
Well, if you make something that, if you make a claim,
if you're going to interrupt me just because you don't like it, then this is no basis of a conversation. I think you can dispute what I have to say. I would just appreciate you let me finish my point. Do I have the privilege of that? Is that okay with you?
Please go ahead and make your point, Sal. That's fine.
All right. I was just saying, you have no facts yourself. That's the irony. You have no direct facts of expanding space. You're claiming that it exists, but you can't detect it. That's a pathetic theory. That is a pathetic theory. If you're trying to say it's as good, if you're trying to make the Big Bang out as good as experimental science, it has totally failed. So you're demanding all these facts of me. I've actually provided experiments of redshift being caused in the solar system. In the solar system.
With blurring.
I asked you not to interrupt. In the solar system, we've had experiments, which is more than I could say for finding expanding space in the solar system. That's problematic. So as far as the scorecard goes, I actually have facts that are experimentally verified, which you do not have.
No, Sal,
I have facts that are experimentally verified that you do not have. The only thing that you have are observations that are subject to interpretations. Those observations I've shown, you have one side that says no time dilation. That's devastating. This is no longer equivocal evidence of expanding space, the very thing that you're appealing to. So by your standards of facts, I have a lot better scorecard in this debate than what you have. You have nothing, sir, except circular reasoning, speculation being represented as to the level of experimental facts. That fails. So
this is why I need to interrupt you, Sal.
I asked if I could finish my point without interruption. You're interrupting me now.
So many points.
So I want to say, I just want to say,
Sal. I think just save your next point for his rebuttal, because you have been going on for a while, and he does have to.
I try to let you finish your point, Sal, but then you end up bringing up 4 or 5 points, all of which I need to address because they're not true. That's why I have to interrupt, because you just keep on going and you don't just make 1 point and then let a discussion happen. You make 5 points. Okay. So like you've said so many things that need to be addressed, but you keep on making them. And that's why I need to interrupt, because I need to address some of the things that you're actually saying. You're saying that we don't detect the expansion of space-time, which I've already shown is not true. The 2011 Nobel Prize shows that we have observed it. You want to say if we can't do it in a laboratory on Earth, then we have it detected, which is logically faulty. Supernovas show that, okay? We have detected supernovas in the same way that we have detected time dilation, by observing them in the cosmos. And your so-called facts about plasma redshift, you're saying, oh, we have the facts because plasma does cause redshift. Guess what? That fact is not mutually exclusive. The Big Bang proponents also have that fact. They acknowledge and they account for that fact in their models. You claim they haven't accounted for them, but you have not provided any evidence that they have not accounted for plasma redshift effects. If you can provide some, I'd be happy to see it. But that evidence is all blurring. We see blurring effects in all of those experiments. That's why the facts do not count for your side. And finally, you said our side has evidence of lack of time dilation. That's not a side. That's one guy. one singular individual. That's not a side. That's not saying our side. There's one guy. It's Crawford, and his results are not reproduced. You don't have the facts, Sal. The score sheet, you haven't provided any facts that disprove the Big Bang. Not one single one.
All right, go ahead, Sal.
May I respond? I gave Petrosian and Kosevsky. You don't just focus on supernova. There are other objects that are subject to time dilation, including gamma ray bursts and quasars. So you have just mischaracterized what I put forward. Okay, I'm just calling that out. This whole thing about getting a Nobel Prize, there have been Nobel Prizes overturned. That's not proof.
In physics, have there? But I'm not.
There was
I'm
one
not
in
saying.
chemistry. There was one in chemistry. There's been some in physiology. As far as physics, there was someone who was a real enemy of Einstein, and he won the Nobel. I don't know his specific research. We'll have to look to see if there was anything overturned in physics. That would be interesting. I am aware of one in chemistry. Fritz Schaefer had overturned a theory in chemistry.
Okay, so Sal, if you can overturn the observations that won a Nobel Prize, be my guest. If that's what the claim that you're trying to make is that Nobel Prize will be overturned, I'd like to see it. And so far, I haven't seen any evidence to the contrary. I mean, I've seen one guy making claims that are not reproduced by anyone else.
I acknowledge you're not seeing it, and that's fine.
Okay.
It doesn't mean you're right.
So you want to talk about the angular diameters kind of thing? Because all of that...
Okay, I'd like to just in passing mention the cosmic microwave background radiation. Richard Liu, distinguished professor of astronomy and physics. I would appreciate a fact check on Richard Liu, University of Alabama.
Spell Liu.
Lieu.
Of University of what?
Alabama.
Okay. Yep.
Like 200 peer-reviewed papers. Distinguished professor of physics and astronomy. So he's no slouch. He is questioning the Big Bang. The fact that he has had a distinguished publication record despite his opposition, I think that's very respectable. He's put out 2 papers. Again, like a lot of things against the Big Bang, they're going to be the other side, just pointing that out. The absence of gravitational lensing of the cosmic microwave background. Let me put the link in the private chat.
To my knowledge, this has been outdated. So what is the date for this? Like early 2000s?
2005.
Yeah. So we can find gravitational lensing within the CMB that was published in 2021. So
I looked at that same paper. They're trying to denoise because they're actually having a hard time measuring it. So
again, whenever we closely examine these facts, they kind of crumble and fall apart.
No, I don't characterize. Okay, that's the way you characterize it. That's fine. I respect that. But there are 2 sides. We can, there's nothing stopping us from talking to Richard Liu and finding out.
Okay, let's do that.
Is he going to retract the paper? That's the fair thing. Because I looked at the stuff that was in 2021. They're saying, oh, there's so much noise. We can't see. They had to make a simulation to simulate what it would be, what gravitational lensing would look like, because they're not actually able to find it. If we're not able to find, if there's the absence of gravitational lensing, that means, okay, just for the reader's benefit, that microwave from the cosmic microwave background is going to be passing through galaxies. You should see, like if you've ever seen on a rainy day and you're driving the car, the rain droplets on your windshield are lensing the light coming in through your windshield. So by way of weak analogy, as microwave radiation passes through the vicinity of galactic clusters, you should see distortions. Richard Liu says this is the absence of it. Now, this paper I tried to read, it was impenetrably difficult, but he's a qualified expert. He also said there's also an absence of shadows in the cosmic microwave background. The cluster should be causing shadows. That's been contested, but we have the privilege, if he's still alive and willing to talk to any of us, Dr. Mike here might have the best leverage to reach out to an academic and say, hey, you know, do you retract or do you stand by your results of 2005, the paper absence of gravitational lensing, the cosmic microwave background?
I will say somebody can disagree with the conclusions of a previous paper without having to be in a position where they retract it. Limited information, just because a paper's conclusions might be disputed later, does not necessarily mean it should be retracted. Retraction should occur due to incompetence or misconduct, not necessarily
being wrong, being mistaken.
Yeah, not necessarily being wrong.
I'd really like to read something right now. It's just like one sentence from the ESA, the European equivalent of NASA, using data from ESA's Planck satellite, which came out after Lou wrote his article in the early 2000s.
Ooh.
So using data from the Planck satellite, cosmologists has been able to measure the gravitational lensing of the cosmic microwave background over the whole sky for the first time. That was from 2013. And this page on ESA was last updated in 2019. So this has been observed. So there you go.
And then the 2021 that I cited, it said we're not able to see it clearly. And I looked at some of those diagrams. They had to fake the lensing. So I would be curious. Now, my email is alumni Johns Hopkins. I might have some leverage. I don't know. It's not much.
Do you still have an EDU account?
Yes.
I mean, that's like most of the ball game, right?
Yeah. Hopefully he'll recognize it as Johns Hopkins. So I may write him. So this has been I'm just throwing it out there. So We'll just see. There's also the axis of evil. This is about all I could say about the cosmic microwave. Lou did point out that the initial predictions were off by a factor of 10. So he argues this is revisionist history. I don't have that much more to say on the cosmic microwave background. You gave some good opposing viewpoints, Grayson, and I respect that. That's great. I'm glad the viewers can hear
what you just said about so the axis of evil is questionable whether or not that even exists. What Sal is referring to with the axis of evil is a specific measurement that may or may not have happened. Like, people don't even know whether or not this is a real thing, but it's a measurement within the cosmic microwave background that is supposedly in line with the plane of our solar system. So Sal is trying to use this to make this argument that the CMB is not cosmic, it's local. So it's something that has to do with our universe. Now, again, there's a controversy of whether or not this axis of evil even exists, and whether or not even has been measured. This is what I keep saying. When we try to examine the facts that Sal brings up, they crumble. They're not facts. They're not concrete. They're all tenable. They're all disputable. He hasn't brought up anything that is not disputed within science, because he's bringing up and then in our debate, he brought up the axis of evil, and Leo pointed out that it's only observed within 2 out of 1,400 different ways of observing the CMB. So it doesn't even exist objectively, or it hasn't been verified to even exist as a problem. So there's that. There's the fact that he said, the predictions were off by a factor of 10. What he's referring to with that is that saying that the predictions by Alpha, saying that the background was 5 Kelvin. And when we measured it was 2.7 Kelvin. And then when you take a look at the energy, because of the equation, that's like a factor of a magnitude of scale or something is what he wants to say. Although I think he's trying to use Gamov's number, which I would never use, because Gamov. Yeah.
Can we do a fact check on the axis of evil? He's really trying to dismiss it and saying it's crumbled.
Yeah.
You can easily go to the Wikipedia article. There is a quote from Lawrence Krauss, who's an advocate of the Big Bang, and you can put that there. If it's all right with you, while they're looking up the fact check on the axis.
I wasn't finished. I was going to make my point about so the prediction of the cosmic microwave background is not just a quantitative prediction, right? It's not just saying, what's the temperature of it? It's predicting, hey, if the Big Bang is real, we should observe this cosmic microwave background. It independent of what temperature that they were trying to ascribe to it, because obviously this was a prediction made in the 30s and 40s when they did not have all the data that would be necessary to make such a quantitative prediction. It's the fact that they predicted the existence of the cosmic microwave background. That's the key. They predicted it existed. Okay, as part of a static or a steady state universe, there would not be a cosmic microwave background as a part of your predictions. It was predicted by the Big Bang model. Even if you want to say, oh, they got the temperature of it wrong, so what? They got the existence of it right. That's the prediction.
It has to be to the exclusion of other. If someone, I'd appreciate if someone could read the quote by Krauss on the axis of evil. I would not. Would that? Is
I'm
that
not.
fair?
It's. I don't see the quote on. Oh, yes, I do. Sorry. It's that one. So Lawrence Krauss. I'm reading off of the Wikipedia page, "Axis of Evil in Cosmology," which, by the way, not a term that I had heard before this conversation. I had heard of the effect, but I had not heard of the term, and it's a great one. So, quoting Krauss from a 2006 article, the new results are either telling us that all of science is wrong and we're the center of the universe, or maybe the data is simply correct, or maybe it's telling us there's something weird about the microwave background results, and that maybe there's something wrong with our theories on the larger scale.
Yes. To me, that's not crumbling. It's something we should know. And this is. I'm just going to point out something. Is it? Oh, you go ahead, Grayson. Then I'll speak after you.
Yeah. I don't see how that quote helps your position out at all, because clearly it's from 2006. We've since looked at the data, and there is still controversy. Like,
it's controversial.
In 15 years, people still don't think that this is correct data. Like he said, there are three possibilities. One of the possibilities is that the data is incorrect, and from what we've seen in the 15 years since then, the data has not been shown to be correct.
Well, I've not heard it, and just like your confidence about plasmas, I'm sorry, I disregard a lot of what you have to say as far as your evaluation of, as to the truthfulness or validity of something. So it seems you're very, very quick to dismiss points just because you don't like it and you say you don't see it. That's fine. I'm just pointing out to the audience, you're quite fallible. I've demonstrated it here on a point that was pretty major. And so I respect your opinion there. It's your opinion. That's fine. But you're not in a position to rule for all of us.
Okay, so are you of a position that the Big Bang cosmologists are aware of all these intergalactic plasmas? That is your whole point. You're saying, I'm not a trustworthy source because I didn't know about intergalactic plasmas. Okay, I'm fallible. I'm a human. Gotcha. We don't all know everything. So in the last debate, right, since then, I read about intergalactic plasmas. I know more about them now than I did then. But is your position that cosmologists either did not know about these intergalactic plasmas, or they did know about these intergalactic plasmas, but they have not accounted for them and their redshifting effects in their model? Is that your position?
I don't have a position on it. I don't get in those debates. I don't try to psychoanalyze people, do their motivations or whatever. I want to focus on experimental facts. This is going to get me in trouble to just start speculating about motivations or whatever. And it's pointless in the end. The discussion is not,
okay.
Did they ignore this or that? The issue is, what are the facts?
Right.
What are the other thing is, what are the experiments that may resolve this?
Before we go to the other thing, let's just, okay. So are you disagreeing, right? I'm not talking about intentionality. I'm not talking about conspiracy or anything, or I'm not talking about any kind of thing on the scientists themselves. All I'm asking is, have they accounted for the redshifting plasma effects in their math? Because they're obviously aware of them, right? They are aware of these intergalactic plasma. So
I don't know.
Yes or no? Are they accounting for it in their math?
They are. I'm aware of it, and it's not my field.
They are aware of it. So are they accounting for those effects in their models? Yes or no, Sal?
I don't know.
Okay. So if
I don't know.
If they are
I would like to see how much, where's the figure for the amount of energy that is lost and the amount of redshift that is induced? Because If it's passing through a plasma, I gave an experiment. It shows there's a redshift. Whether it's blurred or not, there is a redshift. Do they account for that? How much of a redshift? Where is that in any equation? If you could cite it in a paper, that would be great. That would be proof that they account for it. Right now, you've just said that it's there. So how much energy have they done this? What are their calculations? And you could put a paper and that's fine. Thank you.
Okay.
And so, I'll say they've accounted for it. Doesn't mean, okay, they've tried to account for it. Doesn't mean that they're correct.
Sure.
They've tried. That's fair.
Yeah, you're moving the goalposts a little bit because supposedly this started out as saying that this is an ugly fact that disproves the Big Bang was that there are plasma redshifts. But now we've shown that, hey, actually the physicists are completely aware of plasma redshifts. They're totally aware of all these intergalactic plasmas. So they're either leaving out the accounting for that in their math, or they have accounted for it and plasma cosmology is wrong and not causing the redshift we observe.
Okay.
Those are the options.
I have my cosmology book right here. It's a little dated. It is Cosmology. Barbara Ryden. That's where I studied cosmology from. Now, this was in an engineering school, not a physics school, that I got my applied physics degree. And we have here the Hubble law. This is well known. I mean, I'm sorry, it's small. You can look it up. Where in this Hubble law does it put the amount of redshift in this redshift relation due to plasmas? Where is it in this equation? You can look at any version of the Hubble law. Does it have, like, this is the amount due to expansion, the amount due to plasmas? So where is it accounted for in the equation?
Right. So
where is it accounted for in the equation? It's just like, is it, you put 0 there? Okay, that's fine. If it's just because it doesn't blur, they're going to put 0. But I'm saying that's not quite too rigorous, in my opinion.
Right. So, yeah, if they assume that it's negligible, that assumption would have to be based on some kind of reasoning or evidence. I would agree. So what year is that book from that you just showed?
Barbara Ryden, this is Introduction to Cosmology.
I posted a link in the private chat that might be relevant because it might be what you're looking for, Sal. I'm not sure.
Okay, thank you. That's fine. When I see the Hubble relation, it usually doesn't have a term for the plasma in it. So it's like, okay, they accounted for it, they put 0. So it's like, well, okay. Doesn't mean they're right.
This paper does look really interesting. Maybe we could show it on screen. It's from 2022, and it's the redshift estimation and constraints on intergalactic and interstellar media from dispersion and scattering of fast radio bursts. So it looks like they're trying to estimate the effects of redshift from intergalactic plasmas. So exactly what you're talking about here.
In 2022, that they're finally getting around to it. Thank you.
There's only a finite number of scientists, Sal.
Yeah.
But guess what? All of the redshift that they're observing from the intergalactic medium results in scattering and blurring of the image. So that's kind of been my central point about why you're incorrect on this is the blurring thing. That's kind of been what I've repeated over and over because to my knowledge, that's the number one thing that debunks plasma cosmology.
If I may ask, I know this is a lot to ask. Have the papers in the private chat been put in the public chat just so they're publicly available?
That's a good question.
I'm sorry.
Not yet, but I can do that. I can get to work on that. That's going to take me a minute.
And we've been showing a lot of them on screen too, so people will have like the author and the title.
Yeah. It's just going to be a little. It's just going to be a little easier. I want to thank you for that paper.
I wanted. Well, we have a pause here in the action for a second. I wanted to try to see about getting you guys to come at this at a slightly different angle. I do have here a little quote from Reasons to Believe, right? And this is talking about the Big Bang in the Bible. They're saying that what is particularly interesting about 11 verses, there's 11 verses in the Bible that talk about the characteristics of the universe, apparently. What's particularly interesting about them is that the different Hebrew verb forms are used to describe cosmic stretching. 7 verses, Job 9:8, Psalm 104, verse 2, Isaiah 40:22, 42:5, 44:24, 51:13, and then Zechariah 12:1. All employ the qual active participle form of the verb
Participle.
nata. Participle.
Yeah.
Never heard that word before. This verb literally means the stretcher out of them. So, I mean, you've heard the argument made by other theists and Christians that the Big Bang is actually in the Bible and that it describes the cosmic expansion. But so I wanted to see how Sal replies to those Christians, and then I also wanted to see if Grayson has a particular rebuttal to that.
Okay, I'll try to do this as efficiently as possible in the interest of time. So I'm going to actually time myself. I used to believe in the Big Bang. I became a Christian. I was a theistic evolutionist and an old Earth creationist. The book God and the Astronomers was the only thing I could hang on to when I had already stopped believing in the Bible. I believed in the beginning and God because of the Big Bang. But this leads, I'm just going to take a little philosophical detour. This is very problematic for William Lane Craig and Hugh Ross. Hugh Ross is a good friend of mine. I will refuse to debate him directly because I love the guy. He helped me come back to the Christian faith. But on the science, we disagree. There's one thing that if you believe in the Big Bang, the galaxies will disappear. And the scientific method will fail to tell you about the material universe correctly. It can only be handed down by testimony. There's that quote by Krauss, I don't know if you read it earlier, that in 5 billion years this will all happen. This is a bad philosophically. The other thing is the Big Bang right now is supported by the inflation model, which leads to the eternal inflation model. You can Google eternal inflation. It implies a multi-universe. As a Christian, do you think there are multi-universes where there's a universe out there without Christ and one with, and then one where Christ didn't die on the cross and where one did? This is very philosophically problematic and theologically if you just look at the entirety of the Big Bang model, and it's now leading to multi-universe theories. One reason I became a creationist is when I actually studied the cosmology, I said creationism's no more outrageous than invoking multi-universes. And thank you for the comment. And I just wanted to share, I came from a theistic evolution Big Bang background. I totally respect my old Earth creationist brothers. And I'm not like other young Earth creationists that are very, very hostile to old Earth creationists. To this day, I love Hugh Ross like a dear brother. I do not speak evil of him. I will disagree. Thank you.
So Kaz, was the question of essentially like, what do I say to the Christians that say that like the Big Bang is consistent with the Bible?
Right.
Okay. Well, I don't think that the Big Bang model is consistent with the Bible. I mean, there's numerous reasons why not. I mean, first of all, I think that in the Genesis model, all of the stars and planets and galaxies are all created on day 4, which is after the creation of the Earth and plants and everything. So I think that alone is in contradiction with the Big Bang model of how the universe developed. So I don't think
Or how the solar system
is compatible with the Big Bang. But specifically with this word of God stretched out the heavens, because I hear Christians say that sometimes. They're saying, oh, look, the Bible predicts redshift. It said that God stretched out the heavens. In which case I would point to the fact that in every single use in the Bible of that terminology, it's always past tense. It's never God is stretching out the heavens. It's always God stretched the heavens out in the past. Every single mention in the original Hebrew or Aramaic or Greek or like it's all past tense. So the fact that we can currently observe, like how Adam Rees did and won the Nobel Prize for, he observed the current effects of the expansion of the universe. So he observed that the universe is still expanding in an accelerated rate of expansion, which obviously is in contradiction to what the Bible said about how God stretched the universe out in the past. And now it's in the stretched out state. There's numerous things about the Bible cosmology, like with the existence of the firmament or the water that's beyond the heavens. All of this stuff is in contradiction with our knowledge of cosmology, astrophysics, etc.
Got it. Thank you guys so much. All right, so you guys want to keep arguing about? Well, I'm not sure where we are in the conversation at this point.
I had a topic popped into my head that I was wondering if Grayson and Sal would like to discuss. When I was in grad school, as part of my second round of comprehensive, it doesn't matter. I had to do an in-depth like study of a field outside of my area of expertise and write like a review paper for it in order to like continue on in the program. And the topic that I chose was planetary migration, actually, in gaseous protoplanetary disks. So the mainstream scientific model, which I agree with, is that the solar system formed out of a gaseous molecular cloud that collapsed and then eventually and because of a very small amount of rotation it would have started with, it eventually evolves into a rotating protoplanetary protostellar disk. And this is something that we are now able to directly image this process happening in other star systems. Obviously, we can't observe it directly now because we're at a much later stage. We no longer have a particularly prevalent gaseous disk. Everything's sort of coalesced and condensed. And so that we have observations of other systems that seem to...
Can we show that on screen? Because I know what you're talking about. There's a JWST image that shows like a protostar with an accretion disk around it. And it's one of my favorite images from JWST.
So the ones I'm thinking about, they have that, and then they have the disk around it, and it has holes with a planet that's carving out the thing. Let me see.
Very cool.
If somebody can find it.
Well, it was the one with just the accretion disk and a protostar was my phone background for a while there, because I just thought the JWST image looked so beautiful, like where you can clearly see the accretion disk, you can see the protostar forming, you can see it all with the JWST data. So, and that also is a good segue to the discussion of the JWST data, because it's been in the news a lot. Oh, it's disproving the Big Bang, blah blah blah.
That is Nullus interpretation, obviously. But yeah, I don't.
Let me see if I can link to
this one. Is it this?
Wait, is it? I can't see. No, it's not that. Hold on, I'll just link to it from NASA here. Here we go. But yeah, I mean, we definitely should discuss some of the JWST stuff, because they use JWST observations and data in their the first debate, and we didn't really get to address it with like the angular diameter issue. And Sal brought up the whole thing with basketballs, so maybe we could talk about that angular diameter. Did you see the link that I sent, Kaz?
Oh, that's interesting. I haven't seen that one before.
It looks beautiful. You can see the actual disk itself right in the...
Yeah, we're seeing it edge on, right?
Yeah, so we're seeing it edge on. So right in the middle of that image there, that's where the protostar is. And then you can see, like, and that it's not doing nuclear fusion yet, I don't believe. But you can see the forms of gas that are accreting there, and you can actually see the side of the accretion disk, which is obviously what's predicted in the planetary like formation models that we have currently. So it's just great to see such a beautiful image of that with the new data.
Yeah, that's amazing. The first time I saw that, because I saw that in the Google image results, and I thought that was an artist's interpretation. I swear, it's so pretty.
Yeah, that's the real picture from JWST. Obviously, like the colors are added and stuff. It's a composite image, but it's from the actual data from the JWST satellite. So basically, if I'll just summarize the argument for the angular diameter, the idea is that in like a classical Euclidean kind of universe, we would expect that as you see objects get farther and farther away, they would get smaller and smaller, right? That's the idea. Their diameter would decrease with distance. But with the models that we have for like the universe with redshift, if you were to take the same object, like a basketball, and it gets farther and farther and farther away, eventually that light is going to start getting redshifted. So the object is actually going to reach a point where it stops getting smaller, And as it starts getting more and more redshifted, the size of the object, the apparent size of the object that you can see, will start getting bigger. So you would expect to see this turnover where it goes from getting smaller and smaller and smaller to going bigger and bigger and bigger as it gets more redshifted with distance. And so Sal is making the argument that the JWST data that we see violates this prediction of the Big Bang, because the angular diameter that we see for the objects that are very, very redshifted in JWST is not getting bigger and bigger and bigger. And so it's roughly the same size as the more local observations in terms of angular diameter. So that is the observation. And Sal, feel free to correct anything I said, but I'm just trying to make it the point quickly of like, that is the claim. Correct?
It leads to two ones. One is the angular diameter problem, and then the other is the surface brightness. I have slides, if I could share them with you on this, and not that I have to bring it up. Leo's counter was terrible. He was incorrect. But let me just show what I had from the debate, because I had to work pretty hard to get this so that people could understand efficiently what Grayson described. And to the, at this point, please feel free to, discuss, because this is a little bit tough. So this is just the opening thing, and I'll explain where I'm going. I said the Big Bang expanding space model fails the angular diameter test, and I should also say the surface brightness test. So in standard, I have to credit Rebecca here. She's the one that found this. I'm the one who elaborated. So angular diameter is kind of easy. That pink theta, so if you have a basketball, it's the physical, it's what physical measurement you can make. You don't really know the physical. If you don't know the physical size, you do have something objective. This is how big it is in the sky. That's all that angular diameter is, essentially. It's a measure of how big it is in the sky. And so in Euclidean, as an object like the basketball, and we presume it's the same size, as it gets farther, it's the same physical size, but its angular diameter theta gets smaller. That's what you would expect. However, in the Big Bang, this is by way of analogy. At some point, at the angular turnaround point, it's going to start to get bigger. All right, this already is a little bit disconcerting, but that's their model. I didn't make it. So if I got this from this diagram. I added the basketballs. This is from Science Asylum. I need to give credit to him for this. But this is just showing what would happen to your basketball. And the x-axis is the amount of redshift. And so this angular turnaround point happens at about 1.5, roughly. Z equals 1.5, whatever 100 millions of years that corresponds to. Now, if I remove the basketball, it's really supposed to be the galaxies. So the assumption is you have the same size galaxy that is represented how it will look. That's clearly not the way it looks in the Euclidean world. Now, going back to that diagram that Rebecca provided, this is just by way of analogy what would happen if you're in the Euclidean space. The basketball would just keep looking smaller and smaller the higher your redshift. Well, redshift is a proxy for distance. And Rebecca and I have already agreed redshift is a proxy for distance. We're not questioning the redshift distance relation. So this is just plotted in redshift, not to scale. This is just to help you conceptualize it. The Big Bang, however, says the basketball will get bigger, so to speak, and you could put the same size galaxy. This is just figure of speeches here. And where we got this, they advocate the tired light model. They say if you put a correction for tired light, you'll get some effect of it not getting quite so small. It'll actually distort the image. Not blur it, it'll distort it by making it look bigger. And just relating the two graphs, you'll see the one there from Science Asylum at the top in black. This one is from a collection of data from a variety of telescopes, but the red dots are from the James Webb Telescope. What we would have hoped to see, and I've actually seen this on pages, this is a test of the lambda CDM Big Bang model. So that's not the only Big Bang model, but this is this is kind of the preferred model now, lambda CDM. And you could clearly see that the data points do not align with it if you assume the same size galaxies. Now, Leo in the debate said I omitted facts. That wasn't true, because you do not adjust the angular diameter based on your model. You just measure it. And the measurements, at the very least, do not look good. Now, what they'll say is, well, we're not accounting for galaxy evolution or whatever. So what's happening, and this is a little harder to explain, I'm sorry to say this, it's harder to explain, but if you get these small little dots here, like where it's really tiny, of course, it has big error bars of higher of your redshift. That means that galaxy has to be teeny tiny and also extremely bright. And Rebecca quoted that you're going to have teeny tiny galaxies of impossibly dense. Now, it was for different reasons, to be fair. Ivo Lave, she cited this Nature article that came out recently. In fact, a week before the debate, Ivo Lave says, we have these impossibly dense, impossibly small galaxies, because otherwise, in the timeline. But for a different line of argumentation, you can also say impossibly dense, impossibly small, based on this angular diameter diagram. And I can elaborate on that a little more. One of Lave's other people said, this is a universe breaker. Go ahead.
Yeah, okay. So quote mining from the scientists to make it sound like they're agreeing with your point, even though they don't, is a little bit odd, I think, because Labe, the guy that said the universe breakers, none of them are advocating for anything other than the lambda CDM model. But I just want to say all of this rests on one faulty assumption. If you can go back to maybe like the image with the basketballs as they retreat, like 3 slides ago, or maybe a little bit more than that, just like yeah, sure, that one. So this is what you're saying we would expect in the lambda CDM model, which obviously is not true. This is not what we would expect. And why is that? Because the assumption that's implicit in all of this line of reasoning is very evident on this graph. It's the same basketball at every point of redshift, right? That's why you said you're not acknowledging the galactic evolution like models that we have. As I don't know if we don't really have very good models for galactic evolution over time, but the assumption that galaxies are roughly the same at all measures of redshift is not a valid assumption to make, because it assumes a steady state universe, or it assumes a static state universe from the get-go. You've already assumed that the Big Bang is wrong by thinking that this is a prediction of the Big Bang. We would not see this kind of pattern that he's showing with the basketball, because it's assuming that the basketball is the same at every redshift, which is not a valid assumption. Very early galaxies are obviously going to be different than galaxies are today. And this is easy to see because obviously the density in the Big Bang model, the density of the universe at that time is much greater. The composition of the universe is much different. There's a lot less amounts of metals, like heavier than hydrogen and helium. It's predominantly hydrogen and helium. So there are also factors that are at play in galactic formation that we just can't account for at the moment. But basically, the assumption is that the basketball is the same at all redshift. Not a valid assumption. I'm sure Sal can address that. But largely, I want to say that this is addressing our models of galaxy formation, not our models of the Big Bang. None of this has any relation to our evidence or our model of the Big Bang. This is not the Big Bang model that is making these predictions. This is a model of this is our galactic formation model, how galaxies formed. And I also want to just say JWST has been coming out with data more recently, like it observed an object that, hey, look at that. It's much smaller. It has a much higher surface brightness. It has a much higher density. It checks out exactly like the objects that we're seeing in this very redshifted area of like what he's pointing out, this data that he's saying these impossible galaxies. Guess what? Like literally a week or two ago, they just described an object that was previously unknown, that this kind of object that could even exist. And what it is a supermassive black hole surrounded by all kinds of gas. And in that gas, with the supermassive black hole, that gas is extremely bright, right? Brighter than any stars. Quasars are the brightest objects in our universe. The brightness of a quasar is produced by the gas, not any stars. Okay, so this accretion gas and material can be much brighter than stars. But this new object had way higher rates of star formation, way higher rates of star density, a way higher density because of the supermassive black hole, way higher brightness, and a much smaller diameter. All of the criteria that these very distant objects that Sal's talking about, these universe breakers, these impossible galaxies, all of them like would fit that criteria of this new object that we just discovered a couple weeks ago. Like, the fact that these things are even said to be galaxies is already a stretch of what we know. We have not verified that these objects, these highly redshifted objects that Sal is talking about, we have not verified that they are even galaxies. Okay, that's that we haven't gotten to the resolution. We haven't achieved spectra on them. We haven't verified that they are indeed galaxies for him to be making all these claims. And he wants to claim that they are fundamentally the same as the galaxies that are locally around us, because that's the assumption that's implicit in the basketball. He's shaking his head, so I'll let him explain. But that is the assumption that all of this rests upon, which is unfounded.
No, that is not the assumption. And thank you for giving me the opportunity to clarify. I'm just simply pointing out, if you did have the same size, this is what would happen. Okay?
If you
look at this. The other thing is, how do they know that it is exceptionally bright? If they are using the expanding space model to determine surface brightness, etc., and the actual physical diameter, that's circular reasoning. It doesn't count. Sorry. And so that's not a fact. You could just say you discovered it, and it's based on your assumptions that it is that bright. Now, if we could bring the graph up one more time. Oh, Dr. Mike, did you want to say something? You're muted.
I
sir.
did, and I'm muted. Something can be exceptionally, because if everything that it's looking at is redshifted the same amount, which you can detect by doing spectroscopy and whatnot, and one of those things is way, way brighter than the others, then it is exceptionally bright, even if you don't know the sort of absolute brightness because of the other stuff. So
Okay,
it could at least in that sense be exceptionally bright, even if you were correct.
Okay, so this is in log paper. This is a log plot. So you could see if we were to take let's say we take a point on this graph. See if I could actually execute this. This is going to be kind of tough. Let me go here. If we take a point here, like say right there at 0.1, all right, just let's say how big this would have to be under the Big Bang model. It would have to be, the physical diameter would have to be way, way, way small.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so we're predicting that if these things are disks and they look and we confirm they're galaxies, this is really bad. The problem is then, okay, let's take the opposite view. Let's say, we have all these small little objects, and that's the Big Bang. That's our new galaxy evolution model. Or you're going to need one like that.
Yes.
You're going to need one like that to solve the Big Bang. Yep. That is now a free parameter.
It has nothing to do with Big Bang.
Okay, you're going to need that to be able to get it consistent with the Big Bang. That is now a free parameter, because you want to have a Big Bang model that agrees.
Well, I reject your characterization right there. It's not in line with the Big Bang. It's in line with our observations. We currently do not have a very good model of galactic evolution, but I will tell you the model we do have starts with very small galaxies. That's the model we have. And now I'm saying we don't know if this model, like our model for galaxy formation is not, there's not a high degree of confidence in that model. There's lots that we're missing out on, but it has nothing to do with the Big Bang.
Where is the justification that it begins with very small galaxies? Do you have any citations that it has to begin?
That is our current model of galactic formation.
Do you have any papers for that?
Currently, the model is that the small galaxies merge into bigger galaxies. That was
I asked if you had citations for that. Do you have citations for that? I would
I didn't
appreciate.
bring a whole bibliography, Sal. If you want me to Google it right now, I can. But it's literally like anyone that knows anything about galactic
Okay.
formation or the models there could clearly see. I'll just go to Wikipedia.
I mean,
I will also say I when I was looking for the JWST pictures, I saw on and this is from a PopSci article, so this is not a citation
Okay.
that is what you're asking for. But if I were to find it again, maybe I'd be able to find a citation from it. I don't know. That it was quoting other scientists as saying that our early models have very small galaxies, and in fact, we found a few surprisingly large ones with JWST. But I don't know if I have a citation for you.
Okay, thank
So,
you.
Because that is not something I know much about. Galaxy formation is not something. I know what a Lindblad resonance is, but that's not.
Okay.
That's not really
So
relevant
now
here.
this leads to one problem that Michael Disney, who's I'm going to cite Michael Disney here. If you could do a fact check on Michael Disney, there's a Wikipedia article. I'm going to cite Michael Disney.
He seems to be.
Oh, incidentally, could you show my screen? This is for Dr. Mike. I'm gonna scroll through something, but this, if you could share.
If I look up just Michael Disney, I have Michael Eisner Disney, the former CEO of Disney, the company.
Michael Disney, astronomer. And while you're looking that up, just going to show the audience. This was where you take electromagnetic theory, and then the Michelson-Morley experiment, and then Lorentz.
Yeah.
And you have the D'Alembert. You do 2 chain rules here, and you get the derivation. You'll be able to resolve it. It's not as bad as it sounds. But anyway, for Michael Disney, let me get Michael Disney here. I have it. Okay. That thing with angular diameter. So when you have, we kind of know it with projectors. Okay. This is just by way of analogy. So to get a larger image with your projector on a screen, you put more distance between your screen and the projector. But the basic thing is you lower the apparent surface brightness, the larger you have to make the image. So this whole thing with the expanding basketball, it has to be very, very dim. It actually grows exponentially dim, like to the 4th power. It's a big
it's the
number.
Same object, yes.
Okay, it's similar logic. Now, Michael Disney said, Tolman calculated that the surface brightness, i.e. the apparent brightness per unit area of receding galaxies, should fall off in a particularly dramatic way with redshift. So dramatically, in fact, that those of us building the first cameras for the Hubble Space Telescope in the 1980s were told by cosmologists not to worry about distant galaxies because we simply wouldn't see them. Imagine our surprise, therefore, when every deep field Hubble image turned out to have hundreds of apparently distant galaxies scattered all over it. The omens do not necessarily look good for the Tolman test at high redshift. If expansion were to fail, then so would the entire superstructure of the Big Bang. So right there, he's expressing skepticism of expanding space. If you read the entire article where this came from, it's cosmology, science, or folktale.
So then why is it that when we actually do the Tolman test for surface brightness based on data that we've gotten since 2007, it has not disproved the Big Bang? Why is that?
I think it has. You're seeing stuff you're not supposed to see.
Let's fact check that, huh? Let's go ahead and fact check that.
The only way you can resolve it is to assume the objects are small.
I went on Wikipedia for Tolman surface brightness test right before this conversation, and I read up on it just so I can make sure that it is not in contradiction with the Big Bang. And there are numerous studies on this conducted on actual data doing the Tolman surface brightness test, and none of them have been able to rule out the expanding Big Bang model.
Is this correct that it doesn't confirm the Big Bang model?
Is it an area of tension, Grayson? Because for example, I will say it didn't directly come up so much before, but as far as I know, last I looked into it, there is still significant tension in the Hubble constant, for example.
So
for
with the
different
Tolman
things,
surface brightness test, like there is contention about whether or not what it can even show, because basically, like at first it looked like it debunked the static universe, but then they showed, wait a minute, actually it doesn't debunk it. The static universe can still accommodate these results. And then they showed, oh hey, look, it actually like it supports the static model, but it can't rule out the expanding model. And so far, no test of the Tolman brightness test has been able to rule out the expanding model. Some of them have claimed to rule out the static model, which was then later revoked as saying that it can accommodate it. But so far, it looks like all of the Tolman brightness tests that we've done have either been able to accommodate both a static and expanding model, or have not been able to disqualify either of them. So so far it is it's not like it doesn't tell us one or the other model. It's a non-distinguishing test at the moment with the data we have.
So how do you count all? I mean,
what?
You said all. So if I cited something from the Royal Astronomical Society, Oxford University Press, and just because it's written by Eric Lerner, you said earlier on Rebecca's channel that wasn't a refereed journal, it wasn't peer-reviewed. I fact-checked that. You said it wasn't. You said it was an editorial article. It's a journal article. So how are you counting what all is all?
Well, I'll just go right
I
here.
think you need to qualify. I mean, first of all,
okay, look,
a non-fact on her channel. That myth is still circulating that wasn't a peer-reviewed paper.
Let me respond. Okay. So I know that people have their problems with Wikipedia, all right? But Sal, I know you are a defender of Wikipedia. I know you like using Wikipedia. So when we go to the Wikipedia page for the Tolman surface brightness test, it says, this page is a comprehensive summary of all work done, right? So, I mean, you can say that the Wikipedia article is wrong, but I'm just pulling my information from this page, which says it's a comprehensive list of all the work that's done on the Tolman test. And it goes all the way up to 2021 in what the studies that it's citing on this page. And they're saying it's inconclusive. And just to address the point with Eric Lerner, I do think that page certainly does, like the monthly notices from Oxford publications of astronomical society, whatever the term is. I acknowledge that they do post like peer-reviewed articles. I don't know if the one by Eric Lerner has been peer-reviewed. I still don't know if that's true. But I want to say Eric Lerner is like kind of a quack. I mean, he doesn't have a degree in this, right? He's a layperson. He's a science writer. He does publish. I mean, he does try to do these scientific articles. I don't know if any of them have passed through peer review, but he has published in this monthly notices of the Astronomical Society, whatever you want to say. I can't fact check whether or not that's been peer reviewed. But the point I want to make is that he's an independent researcher, right? He's got his own company where he's trying to solve nuclear fusion. So if you believe that Eric Lerner is legitimate, like maybe in 50 years, we'll be reading back on the textbooks and say, hey, Eric Lerner was he was the Einstein of our time. Not only did he debunk the Big Bang, but he also invented nuclear fusion energy. And maybe he's the brightest mind of our generation. And we're all sleeping on Eric Lerner, but somehow I doubt it.
So this was the article in question. You said on Rebecca's channel it was an editorial, and I dispute that. We have it on tape that you said that. She was kind enough not to go there, but I have to go there. Do you retract that you said that's an editorial? It says right there, journal article.
Yeah, so journal article.
So do you retract that you said it was an editorial? I have you on tape saying it was an editorial.
Well, I don't retract that I said that.
Sorry, I accidentally clicked the wrong tab. They're all getting small and smushed.
No worries.
Well, yeah, it says journal article. I don't know if it was an editorial. I don't know what it would say there. If it would say editorial.
So what basis did you come up with? What basis did you come up with that it was an editorial? Except just, was it your own prejudice? I mean, how did you know that it was an editorial? Why did you make that up?
Because it's the monthly notices. Right? Like it seems like they publish editorials. They publish, like, if you want to like talk about something that's pertinent to the Royal Astronomical Society, it's not like they're only publishing like experiments or studies. Like they're publishing like people's thoughts on these topics too.
Okay, monthly notices of the Royal Astronomical Society.
Yeah. And just so you
Monthly
clear,
notices of the Royal Astronomical Society is one of the leading journals, one of the world's leading astronomy journals for 100 years.
Yeah.
Okay, so, and you're saying this is an editorial. How did you, what was your methodology? See, this is what I'm trying to get at. You just say stuff that's kind of off the cuff, just like you did with, I don't see how there are no plasmas in space, or whatever you said, like, it stopped being a plasma if it's fault, if it's
so where's your evidence
that was false? That was off the cuff. Was this an off the cuff thing too? We were just kind of dismissing articles, just saying they're editorials, and we have it on tape. You said this is not a peer-reviewed journal. Okay, I need to come. It's just not fair to Rebecca. You get away with saying stuff, and it doesn't get fact checked. It's only fair to her. You said it wasn't really a peer-reviewed journal. I have you on tape saying that. Do you retract that now?
Well, I don't retract that I said that, but if this,
Were you wrong? Were you wrong? Were you wrong? Were you wrong to say it's not a peer-reviewed journal?
Are you going to let me respond? I'm trying to answer your question right here, and you're talking over me. So,
all right, go ahead.
Okay. So I do acknowledge that there are some peer-reviewed articles that this journal puts out. I don't acknowledge that every single thing it puts out is peer-reviewed. I would need to see evidence for that. And then specifically, I would want to see evidence that this article has been peer-reviewed. Because like I said, Eric Lerner is not an astrophysicist.
That didn't answer my question.
I did answer it.
Were you wrong in saying that the monthly notices of the Royal Astronomical Society is not a peer-reviewed journal?
If I said that, then yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, you feel like a big man now, like you won the debate?
No, that's not the point, sir.
Okay.
You've been making up a lot of facts.
You just
You've
wanted
been very
a small
dismissive
W.
of things that I put forward. You've been saying it crumbles, and
I've shown that. This does not contradict any of that. I think that you just were after a small little W so you could feel good, because clearly, like, we've demolished your position. All the things that you've come up as facts I've shown are disputed.
Okay, I respect in your mind you felt that way. That's fine. In your mind, you've demolished it. In your mind, you've demolished it. I respect that. That's how you.
I demonstrated why.
In your mind, not in mine.
I demonstrated that nothing that you posited was an actual fact.
Okay, in my mind, I think you've done terribly. In your mind, I've done terribly, and that's the way. That's how debates go. That's fine. I'm just pointing that out to the viewers.
Well, I supplied actual evidence and rationale and justification. You've just said maybe one day we'll learn why plasma could redshift without causing blurring. You just are saying maybe, and it's another promissory note that you've been putting out there. But I've been coming up with the facts of being like, hey, like, this is what we observed. This is what's in line with the Big Bang.
You've been coming up with interpretations of observations. They're not actually the same thing as unequivocal facts, I'm afraid.
Right. Well, you're the one that posited that one ugly fact could disprove the Big Bang model. I've gone through and shown that none of what you posited has qualified as a fact that disproves the Big Bang model. Nothing that you brought.
Okay, that's fine. That's your opinion. But relative to, the stuff that you have, which is a speculation and circular reasoning, I think I have prevailed in that respect. So but anyway, this was about the Tolman surface brightness test, which you mischaracterized as not coming from a peer-reviewed journal. And we've set that straight, that this is a peer-reviewed journal, the monthly notices of the Royal Astronomical Society. You've also said that you quoted a Wikipedia and said all of it has not ruled out the Big Bang. Well, it turns out, sometimes Wikipedia is wrong. And I've said that. The reason I cite Wikipedia is at least I try to say what is the general consensus, particularly if it's coming from your side. Okay, I'm not saying it's authoritative, but I'm just trying to say this is common knowledge. So the common view is, yes, maybe it's been not fully refuted, but there is a paper here. And so I'm just putting it out there. People can look at this, and even if Eric Lerner is all the things you say he is, that is ultimately irrelevant to the data, and it can be examined. I gave the quote by Michael Disney. He is concerned. He said this does not look well. The way that they fixed it is with appealing to more promissory notes of galactic evolution in that science or folktale. In courtesy to the viewers, I'll provide a link to Michael Disney's full essay.
Right. He used to say that. Does he still say that now? I mean, he used to say all that stuff before we had the data, but what does he say now that we have the data? I mean, everything that you quoted from Michael Disney was from what, like 2007? What does he say now?
I don't know. He's very, very old. I mean, he's long retired. If someone would like to fact check his qualifications, I would appreciate.
I'm not like debating his qualifications. I'm debating about what he says now that we have the data, because he was talking about things before we had the data. So now that we have the data, what does he say? Does he support your position or not? So yeah, I think that the lines of evidence.
Well, are you insinuating? Are you just making an insinuation he's changed his mind about the data? That's fine. That's fine. I'm just noting that's your insinuation, isn't it? That maybe
I'm asking a question. I haven't made any insinuation or claim. I'm asking what he says.
I don't know. He could be very old in a nursing home. That's kind of a lot to ask of someone.
Okay.
He is very old.
Okay? Do you have any scientists that are actual scientists? Do you have any scientists that are actual scientists, not retired ones, but currently working scientists that have access to the new data that, will agree with you? Because so far you've posed Eric Lerner, who, again, the entire, pretty much most everyone in the field of astrophysics and cosmology disagrees with Eric Lerner. They think he's a quack. So if you do think that Eric Lerner's science is legitimate and it's been peer reviewed, then who are his peers that are agreeing with his findings? Well, it wouldn't even be his peers.
Okay, I could cite the professors from my own university, Cicero Roy. So a lot of people in India are pretty upset with kind of the Big Bang, for lack of a better word, mafia in the United States. They are starting to disagree with it. There's been a revised list of people protesting the way about the Big Bang. So you asked if they're peers, if there are other researchers. Yes, there are.
What, mechanical engineers or actual cosmologists?
Okay, why don't I find this? Because
because I'm aware of the ones in India.
A few minutes to Google Cicero Roy and the 24 scientists around the world that had contested this. And this I've heard since, and I had mentioned that at my university, George Mason, 3 professors came out. One of them was Cicero Roy. The other 2 have now retired. Mina Skafatos and Malabika Roy, as far as I know, have retired. Cicero Roy is still an active researcher. Okay, so if you'll give me a moment, I can provide names.
Okay, and while you're doing that, I want to make the point that specifically in regards to our models of early galactic formation, there's still a ton that we don't know. Just a couple of weeks ago, maybe 2 weeks ago or last week, a paper just released about the very first observations of magnetic disturbances in the cosmic web. So clearly the electromagnetic force seems to play some kind of role in early galactic formation, like giant cosmic scale magnetic fields that are not accounted for in the current models of galaxy formation. So there's a ton that we're missing in our current models for how galaxies forms, which is the real source of this JWST contradiction. Notice none of the people, the astronomers that are making these observations of the JWST, nobody's saying that this is debunking the Big Bang. Sal is the only one, and Eric Lerner are the only ones that are saying that this debunks the Big Bang. The people that are the actual scientists doing the work know that it's talking about our models of early galactic formation that this data is pertinent to. Okay? that we need to have models for how galaxies could form as quickly and in the way that the JWST observations are showing that they did. And that's the science that's going to be coming out of JWST observations. Is it's going to update our understandings of early galactic formation. It's not going to debunk the Big Bang like Sal wants to posit. In 30 years, when people can look back on this, they'll say, "Oh, wow! So that's why we know about how galaxies formed." They're not going to say, "Oh, remember that's what debunked the Big Bang."
I'd like to apologize to the viewers. I had not used my ad blocker, and that was it to leave funny on the screen. So I had showed this one from the Indian Express. Scientists censor the Big Bang, and it lists the names there. And no, they're not mechanical engineers, as you're insinuating, that are outside the field. The opposition to the Big Bang theorists is through, okay, this is the paper, not me, okay, is through rejections of their papers. 24 astronomers and astrophysicists, mechanical engineers. At least 24 astronomers and astrophysicists from 10 countries, including reputed astrophysicist Jayant Narlikar of the Inter-University Center for Astronomy and Astrophysics, Professor Cicero Roy, who was at my school, Professor, of Indian National Science Academy, protested the censorship of papers critical of the Big Bang hypothesis by the Cornell University's open preprint website archive. Okay, so you're trying to make this out that this is so isolated and that they're all cranks. They're not even qualified in the field. I have been there. I have been at the universities where I've seen qualified professors at my university say this is not correct. Whether they're right or wrong, you can't just keep trying to dismiss it as being cranks and so marginal that they can't even qualify to be in the university. There are university professors. Okay, and then, Rebecca cited the stuff in Galaxies. That graph was from Galaxies, from the journal Galaxies. Now, of course, you started going after the qualifications. Mm-hmm. Fine, but I think they're legit scientists, and ultimately it's the data.
Just to clarify for the audience, what you're talking about right now, Sal, is the paper from which that graph that you showed earlier in this conversation with the angular diameter and the turnaround, and you made the analogy for the basketball, and the JWST data was in red. That graph, the paper that's from, which is what I was disagreeing with, because the lead author is a computer scientist, then there's a mathematician, and there's a guy who, in that paper, the only credentials they provide for this guy is an address for a construction supply company. And there's one guy who's listed as having any affiliation with any kind of astrophysics department. And this is in St. Petersburg. It's a Russian paper. And so I tried to find the credentials for that guy, but I couldn't. But maybe that's just because I don't speak Russian. I'm not trying to say that guy's not credentialed in this area, but the main authors are not astrophysicists. They're computer scientists and mathematicians. And that would make sense to me why they're leaving out this information about early galaxy formation and how they could have made such a blunder as to assume that all the galaxies that are highly redshifted are fundamentally the same as the local galaxies we observe, which was their big misunderstanding in that paper and the big problem with it. And again, not coming from astrophysicists. And at least when I went to go find that paper, the website that I accessed the full paper had a disclaimer saying that we cannot verify whether or not this has been peer reviewed. Okay, so I don't know, but I'm not sure how many scientists have peer reviewed their findings. But again, it's not like their findings were necessarily wrong in their math. They were wrong in their foundational assumptions of galaxies. So it's not like their results were wrong. Their results are correct if those galaxies are all the same at all distances, which is not a valid assumption to make. That's why I'm saying, even if they got peer reviewed, I'm not sure, they could still publish those results. They're still fine results to publish. It's just not pertinent to our understanding or our models of the early universe.
Okay, so there are people that dissent then that are qualified. Is that correct? Would you agree? I mean, sure, I just gave a list of four. I've just given a list of people. I would suspect some of the reasons why Cicero Roy left the United States. He had more freedom out in India.
Well,
Okay,
so for the thing
so-
with India, it's really interesting because Indian academia is very strange and very like biased towards Indian nationalism. For example, they've rewritten early Indian history and they don't acknowledge any archaeology for early Indian history, like the migrations of the Aryans, whatever. But specifically, the people that you were citing, I'm pretty sure because you made a video on this subject with these Indian physicists, and I fact checked that video and found it was debunked. Like their data, you want to talk about cherry picking and selecting data to look at to manipulate results. That's what those scientists have been doing, and it's been shown. Like you brought up their paper where 4 Indian scientists were talking about like the periodization of redshift and saying that redshift is not continuous; it's actually like discrete. And I looked at their paper, I looked at their findings, and then I looked at the more new paper that was using all of the available data in the Sloan Sky Survey, and they did not show those effects, and they showed that it was continuous, the exact opposite that these Indian scientists have been shown when they look at all the data instead of cherry picking ones to get the result that they want. So I would say that there's probably a lot of bias going on with those, but I will not disagree with your fundamental point that there are scientists that are properly credentialed that do disagree with the Big Bang. I'm not disagreeing with that. I'm just saying that the ones specifically that you have been trying to cite are not astrophysicists in many cases, like Eric Lerner, or a lot of these, like this Russian study was done by mathematicians and computer scientists, not astrophysicists. So yes, I'm not saying that that there are no qualified scientists that disagree with the Big Bang. I'm just saying the ones you've been pulling from are not those.
So clarifying question here. Is there a physicist or astrophysicist that is a co-author on any of these papers? I think the Eric Lerner one was just one, but I don't know much about that. But in cases, if there are multiple authors, and if, for example, you have 1 or 2 physicists, and then you have a bunch of computer scientists or mathematicians, that can be totally fine. So I just wanted to ask if that was the case for any of these, and I don't think so. But
yeah, so in the Russian one, there were 4 authors. One of them listed was affiliated with a special department of astrophysics or something. So potentially, and I'm not saying that they didn't.
Is there any way I can get the name of that paper or the authors?
Huh?
So I can look it up and put it on the screen. Does
Sal
anybody have the name of that paper?
Yeah, Sal could probably send that paper. It's the one with the chart that we've been pulling from for this discussion.
That's a good request. Unfortunately, I was counting on Rebecca when we were in the debate.
I'll pull it up. I have it somewhere.
Okay, thank you. So I'm going to put.
I was going to ask that question also. Like, where did that chart come from earlier in the slides? But Grayson didn't. He seemed familiar with it and was more or less seemed to be accepting what it was saying. At least, like, I wasn't sure. Was there a disagreement with how the model lines?
My disagreement is on their foundational assumptions about what these early galaxies would be like. They want to assume that they're fundamentally the same as current galaxies in our local area, which is what the whole thing rests on, that assumption, which I don't think is a valid assumption to make. That was my point. Let me see. God, it's like a Russian sounding name. I thought I had it pulled up, but I apparently closed out of the tab. I still have that Eric Lerner paper up though. Oh, wait. Here it is. It's called, here, let me just link to it. Cosmological Model Tests with JWST. So there's the source for that. I just posted it in the private chat.
So to the point, as far as having co-authors, I think that's a great thing. You know, if you can get more funding, you can get more co-authors. And I will cite one field where, you know, the thing is when you can. This is why it's nice to have experimental explorations, because it's like your experiments actually prove your point to the exclusion of other theories. That's the thing, is you could say something is evidence, but it has to be evidence to the exclusion of other theories. So as I was pointing out, that the redshift, the space expansion it's not been proven to the exclusion of other theories, because it just, a lot of the facts presented are not facts. They're circular reasoned speculations. It doesn't qualify as a fact to the exclusion of other theories. So if we have physical experiments that will resolve the problems, this is the way the debate, I think, can be settled. The problem is when we have just science by peer review and approval of the majority. That's not really science. And so what this whole thing about suppression of opposing viewpoints is, what if they got more funding, wherever it comes from, to do this research? Maybe they could put forward better and stronger arguments, because right now it's dominated by one field. I'm not saying it's a conspiracy. It's just that it could be just cultural, that everyone accepts this, and there's been a lot of, just cultural resistance to this. I'm not saying it's a conspiracy, but what broke it for me is I had the privilege of matriculating through schools where I had open professors openly against the Big Bang who were not creationists. That definitely caught my eye and ear. And then I would hear the graduate students and faculty whisper. So, this whole thing of saying it's crumbled or whatever, people, I have friends in academia, they're like, yeah, I'm a condensed matter physicist. I don't deal in all this, but I'm skeptical of the Big Bang. So a lot of them will be in other specialties. I had a professor right there at Johns Hopkins that just between you and me, So this whole picture of like appealing to the consensus, I was there at ground level. I don't see like this, this huge endorsement. It's like, well,
so you deny the existence of the consensus?
I will say I do see a huge endorsement. So there may be other reasons why your experience and my experience are different. It's not a topic that necessarily comes up, but when it does come up, there is a baseline default assumption that everybody is on board with Big Bang cosmology being generally correct. Lambda CDM is going to require some revision. I don't think anybody disputes that. It's frontier stuff, but I just wanted to put that out there. What you're saying does not necessarily surprise me, Sal.
Yeah, it would seem like Sal's implying that this consensus is illusory, and he's saying that everyone just doesn't want to be public about their disagreements with the Big Bang, but secretly there is not a consensus. Is that what you're saying, Sal?
I'm saying, yeah, there's a quiet non-consensus. How big that minority is, I can't assign a figure. I'm not going to assign a figure to it, but even a 10%, if I hear like one or two professors at my school express like, okay, there were two professors who will not be named. Okay, that's my experience. I've had 10, 12, 15 professors. To me, that's not a consensus. All of them will agree on certain things, such as the major fields like classical electromagnetic theory within its domain outside of the atom. It's like that's well accepted. I don't hear a professor saying, "Oh, Maxwell's equations aren't really right in this domain." You teach electromagnetic theory. You say, okay, at the atomic level, classical doesn't apply, and we're fine with that. But I have to say, even when Reese was winning his Nobel Prize, a faculty member said, I don't think this could be wrong. That registers on me. Okay, so just take it for what it's worth. So I am saying that it's not like qualified people don't have serious skepticism. I've tried, by showing the papers I've at least tried to say there are people that have earned the credentials, suffered through being a scientist, and still dissent.
Well,
this is all.
I disagree that your papers show that, but I don't disagree that those people exist. I mean, I do think that you can find qualified people that would be skeptical or might disagree with the Big Bang model. I'm saying that so far, none of your papers have shown that, but I'm not saying that those people don't exist. I mean, they totally can.
You don't think Petrosian and Kasevsky are qualified?
No, that's not what I said. I don't think that they are supporting your position.
Okay, thank you. All right, that's fair.
Yeah. And so what exactly, I think I missed a little bit of that conversation where you said that you wanted to reach out to one of these authors. What exactly do you think that they are showing that supports or or disproves the Big Bang, or like what is their observation that you think is on your evidence for your side?
If that there is not, first to establish that they believe that the absence of time dilation is because there is an absence of time dilation. They have given kind of the other view that maybe there is time dilation, there could be an effect that's removing it. Even
that's for the gamma ray burst, right?
Gamma ray burst. And even Crawford said that. And so both Crawford and Kosevsky.
You keep conflating here. Crawford was talking about supernova.
No, Crawford had a paper on gamma ray bursts too.
Okay.
That I showed that in the debate. So Crawford, Petrosian, and Kosevsky have said, okay, there are counters to say there could be still time dilation, but there is some observational problem.
Okay, you keep doing this, Sal. One of those people is only talking about time dilation with gamma ray bursts, and you keep trying to say that they're saying there's no time dilation, but only in that context of gamma ray bursts. I don't think either of those authors is disagreeing with the time dilation that's observed in supernova. Only Crawford is doing that.
That's correct. I was just talking about, look, if all your objects, all the objects, be they supernova, quasars, or gamma rays, they should be subject to time dilation. I don't see why you have to keep parceling it out. It's going to be problematic if you find absence of time dilation in the gamma ray burst.
Well, hold on, because there could be reasons why a gamma ray burst would not be displaying time dilation, whereas a supernova would. There are explanations for these things, like why quasars would have different time dilation effects, like, oh, gee, a massive gravitational object that warps time. But like, that doesn't mean, like, I just feel like you're not being careful enough with your wording, or you're omitting important context that qualifies a lot of your claims. When you're saying that these professors are showing no time dilation, you need to clarify what you're talking about. You're talking about in gamma ray bursts. You're not talking about, like, those authors, I would bet money, would agree with the time dilation observed in supernova. So to say that they're saying that there's no time dilation is omitting very relevant, detailed information about why they disagree with you.
There's no time dilation in gamma ray bursts. Are you happy now?
Okay, yeah, I'm happy. Thank you.
That would be do you agree that would be problematic if you're finding absence of gamma ray burst time dilation? What you had to do to fix that is to say, oh, maybe there's something we don't know. Okay, fair enough. You have to appeal to yet another promissory note. This is the problem I have. You're relating facts that are speculations, promissory notes to the level of experimental facts.
You're getting on to me about that. You're getting on to me about that. But you literally do the same thing with the blurring for plasma cosmology. You look at plasma cosmology and you say, well, there's no blurring that we observe, so there must be some kind of mechanism that accounts for that. You're literally doing the same thing, and you want to try to, like, rag on me about it. That's hypocritical.
Well, I'll tell you why. Because we are seeing things, they are not blurred, and we do know that plasmas redshift. There's no question that they redshift. There's no question.
No, you just debunked
and you got it wrong as far as the existence of the plasmas. So the problem then is to fix it. If you can appeal to promissory notes, then so can I. But my data at least has experimental background, which is more than I could say for you, for the laboratory and in the solar system. And that's why my facts take precedence over what you call your facts.
I think that you, even with the smile on your face, I think that you know what you're saying is fallacious. I think that you know it's rhetorical.
No, there's a difference. There is a difference between experimental science and kind of this theoretical stuff. You know, experiment will take precedence.
Yeah.
There's a
there you go. There you go. Experiment will take precedent. Show me the experiment that shows how plasma causes redshift without blurring. You say experiment takes precedent. You don't want to come up with any of these promissory notes. You don't want to make up any mechanisms that we don't have direct experimental evidence for, which, by the way, you trying to say experimental evidence is worth more than observational evidence is a little bit weird. Observational evidence is still evidence. Okay, you want to ignore it, but I'll just say, what is the experimental evidence that plasma
I'll tell you
without blurring?
Okay, I'll tell you. At least I got a redshift, and I got a mechanism that can cause redshift. I haven't established blurring. The problem with your position is you don't have one iota of experimental evidence in the lab or in the solar system that space expands. On that point, my my citations take precedence because we actually do have
No,
physical
that's not how that
redshift
works.
mechanisms.
No,
Physically established redshift
Sal,
mechanisms. You have
observations
zero. You
do
have
not
zero.
Sal, that is not how this works, okay? Observations do not suddenly become invalid if they're outside of our solar system. That is not logical. That's not what you're saying is not logical. Okay? We have observational evidence for the expansion of space-time. We do. Okay?
No, you do not. No,
Yes,
you
we
do
do.
not. Only
We
in your head.
directly observe
It
it.
has to be to the exclusion. It has to be to the exclusion of other
And it is
possibilities.
because it's not blurred.
You have not demonstrated that.
No,
Blurring
wait, Sal,
can be
I have.
solved. If
I
I
have.
can,
The
if
lack
I
of
can,
blurring
if I can invoke
excludes
if you can invoke multiple promissory notes like galactic evolution, different CDM models, and I could just list them all
None of
off.
those are promissory
Okay.
notes. Look,
Okay,
you're
lots
describing
of
something that's
promissory notes.
physically
If you
impossible.
can do that, I'm only invoking one minor
No.
promissory note
Sal.
that has scope of resolution in the lab and also in the solar system. We'll see who
Sal.
wins the day 20 years from now. Thank you.
Well, you want to try to conflate what you're doing with like the Big Bang model, but it doesn't fly because what you're proposing is something that has no physical mechanism. There's no physics to describe how it's even possible. You're trying to have this promissory note, but in reality, okay, what you're trying to explain away is what differentiates it. You want to say that there's nothing that the Big Bang model posits to the exclusion of the other models. But that's exactly what we're talking about here. The lack of blurring excludes plasma cosmology model. And you want to say, no, that's not the case, because there could be some kind of imaginary mechanism, some sort of imaginary physics that could be used to describe why there's no blurring. But that's all you have is your imagination, Sal.
Sir, it gets redshift, which is more than I could say for expanding space. You have zero experiments in the lab and in the solar system and beyond.
You're repeating yourself.
Yes, but that is the truth.
No,
so,
I've refuted what you're saying. It's not logical.
I have said you have not demonstrated to the exclusion of other theories.
Yes,
no,
I did.
No, sir. No, sir. No, sir.
The lack of blurring excludes.
Okay, guys. So it's we're kind of circling back to where we were before. I kind of want to break it up. If you guys want to keep arguing, or I can just read a couple questions that I have. Only have like two. If anybody has a question for you guys, please tag me at Atheist Edge or send a super chat. Of course, those will get priority. But I only have like one or two right now. And then I also just wanted I have another angle of argumentation for you guys to approach if you guys wanted to take that route as well. It's up to you.
I'm fine with that because I don't think this is going to be resolved.
We do know that we have a pin in the. We put a pin in the issue for the paper from about time dilation and gamma ray bursts, right? And we're going to try to seek out the actual author's final word on what their foundings actually meant, and then we're going to revisit that situation in a later date, right?
I would hope so. Thank you.
Okay. I mean, it could be as simple as a statement if they don't want to. Or I mean,
it's extraordinarily unlikely that they will want to necessarily, come on and do that.
Right.
But I can talk with Sal and try and crystallize and make as sort of explicit as I can, sort of all of basically everything that you would want clarified, and then try and reach out to them and see if they'd be able to get back to me.
Actually, this would be very productive if you would be at least open to this. If you could come on my academic channel and we could just read through the paper together and see if we understand it the same way.
I can possibly.
This would actually be productive. We can read through it, learn some physics. It's
certainly there's a lot of physics in there that I'm sure neither of us know. So
I'd be very indebted to you if we could do something like that. This would, for me personally, I feel that would be more productive to read through Kosevsky and Petrosian's paper and say, okay, this is what we understand. This is what we absolutely have no clue what you said. And I think that would also form kind of the basis of what we would say in a letter that you would send. Here are the pool of questions, and we'll say, okay, that's maybe too big a pool. We can at least prioritize what you think are the most important. And it'd be comforting for me to know what questions you're you've decided on
yeah.
to send it in.
The goal is to try and steal man's sort of
Yeah.
position.
So
Okay.
yeah, just in conclusion, before we move on to questions, I'll just say the lack of blurring precludes plasma cosmology, but also the CMB is what Sal's asking for. He says some evidence that cannot be explained by another model that is only for the Big Bang. That's the CMB. There's not any alternative explanation for what would cause the CMB. It's literally the same in every single direction that we look. The fluctuations in the CMB in the power spectrum are exactly predicted by the lambda CDM model. Like, so much about the CMB. Okay, this whole thing could have been about the CMB. All of the details about the CMB are like unexplainable in Sal's model and are explained in the lambda CDM model. So that's exactly what Sal's asking for with this evidence that precludes the other models. That is strong evidence for the Big Bang. That's the CMB is what changed the scientific consensus. That's the strongest piece of evidence.
Okay, so I got two questions where people have actually tagged me at Atheist Edge. So I will read those. If anybody else has a question, I'll be looking out for those, and then we'll wrap it up. Sound good, everybody?
That sounds great to me.
Okay, great. They're both from GG, so thank you so much, GG. He's a supporter and a very frequent viewer, so we really appreciate GG's patronage. GG asks, can you ask Sal why not point to the mistakes in the papers and change the world?
Say that again.
They break up. They ask Sal, why not point out the mistakes in the papers and change the world? They're saying, why not just go through these papers, point out their mistakes?
Oh yeah, no,
publish that.
that's a great question. I don't have the ability. Experiments will resolve this. I'm very interested as far as that specific question. I wanted to reach out to CMAC and Schneider. Schneider's at Princeton University, and his partner is a photonics guy in lasers. I want to have a discussion with them because they gave that alternate model on Rayleigh scattering. As far as the specific question, I am willing to like sell my house so I could get a PhD in photonics somewhere. And I will look at this. I want to study photonics, if for nothing else, out of personal curiosity to know that I was right. So as to the answer, why not? I don't have the time and money right now. It doesn't mean that it might not happen. I'm hoping. And I've been encouraged by all the stuff, all the rebellion in India and all these dissenters persisting in all these countries saying the Big Bang expansion is wrong. It's enough to say this is a good enough clue to try to move forward and take the risk that I might be right. Even if there's a 10%, 5% chance that I'm right, if I can get a photonics experiment that will resolve the problems that were outlined here, if we can confirm the absence of scattering with this alternative model for why the sky is blue, this would be a big deal. I want to work with Dr. Schneider. We'll see if I can manage something with him and if I can find other photonic researchers. So thank you for the question.
Great. The other question also for you, Sal, was asking if we should throw something out that is incomplete or not all known.
Yes and no. If we advertise it as fact when we actually don't know what all the facts are, then you should not advertise it as fact. You could say it's a speculation, and that's fine because the scientific method does have observation and hypothesis forming and then testing. We're kind of in the hypothesis forming level. There is a test that will falsify or confirm the Big Bang, but it has to be on time scales of billions of years. So we're using a very small sample size of data to make big extrapolations. So I think to be advertising it this as fact is premature. To be advertising it as a well-considered hypothesis, that's totally fine. I'm happy to encourage people to consider it. And the arguments for and against. If you compare it to well-accepted scientific theories, like say celestial mechanics, there's not a lot of argument except for the real minutia of some things. Or like gravitation theory, we had Newtonian and then a correction by Einstein. These are well-accepted facts. There's a difference between operational theories, such as electromagnetism gravity, celestial mechanics, geometric optics, and things that are speculative. They're not at the same level of confirmation. So I have an issue with saying the Big Bang has achieved the same level of confirmation as other disciplines and theories in physics. There's kind of the implicit thing that this is the real deal. I'm just like, I think it's more tentative than that. So throw it out as an experimental fact, is well established, as all the operational theories, accept it as a hypothesis, and I'm fine with that.
Yeah, so Sal essentially wants to claim that it would have to be like a coincidence then that the power spectrum of the CMB was quantifiably, both in the number of peaks and the intensity of peaks, corroborated evidence of the Lambda CDM model. Lambda CDM said, hey, we should have these peaks. They should have this magnitude. We measured it. We found those peaks with that magnitude. The predictions were corroborated. I mean, we have the neutrino background, right? Which was also observed in the effects that it had on the CMB. The prediction based on the Big Bang was that the temperature should be like, you know, X temperature. Then we measured it, and it was extremely close to what we predicted. There's so many instances, like even the existence of cosmic microwave background itself was predicted by the Big Bang and corroborated. There are so many instances of making testable, verifiable predictions from the Big Bang model and then having those predictions verified. There are so many. It is not just a hypothesis. Now, if Sal wants to say that our confidence in this model is not as great as in, like, I don't know, the germ theory of disease or something, sure, whatever. But if he wants to say that, you know, there are also scientific theories that have way less confidence than the Big Bang model, like galaxy formation. There you go. We have way more confidence in the Big Bang than we do in how galaxies form.
Which is kind of odd.
Massive black holes formed. There are holes in the theory. There are incomplete parts. And here's something. There are even problems for the theory. Now, like the lithium abundance problem, there are problems for the Big Bang model. Are any of these problems great enough, or are they logical that it would throw out the rest of the theory? No. Then none of these problems are debunking the Big Bang as saying these problems cannot be resolved in a Big Bang model. Not the case. The lithium abundance can be resolved in a number of different ways, in physically plausible mechanisms, like in the different pathways of how lithium is processed in stars. We don't know about that. That would be a huge source of information to know about the abundance of lithium, wouldn't it? So there are a ton of actually physically plausible mechanisms that would account for observations within a Big Bang model. So far, again, I go back to the blurring problem because that's what debunks all of this. And there aren't any physically plausible explanations for how we could see the lack of blurring given the tired light plasma cosmology models. I mean, show me one. Sal talks about the Schneider paper that was showing about how lasers can lose energy over distance. All right. Like, I don't think that any of that is evidence against the Big Bang or against the physics of the Big Bang. So that's my point. Well, I don't think any of this is evidence that would disprove the Big Bang at all.
I will have to correct something you said. You said that I may smile, but I know my position is weak. That's not true. I smile because I believe. I'm not saying I know, but I believe my position is stronger than yours. I'm not faking it. The fact that I'm willing, that I'm trying to reach out and do debates like this, the fact that I went to graduate school says I'm serious. I'm curious. This is, just like a lot of scientific questions, I'm just curious. I want to find out the truth, and I have my biases. I want to be proven right. And no, you have not convinced me that you made a credible argument, and vice versa. That's fine. We're going to disagree. But I don't want to be accused of saying I know better and I'm just pretending. No, there's no reason for me to do that. I would not be able to sleep at night if I knew in my heart that what I'm saying is false and then just put on a facade. There's nothing in it for me to gain. I would not sleep at night.
So can you do a favor for me just to make sure that we're on the same page? You say that we're just going to have to agree to disagree. So I just want to make sure that we're on the same page. Can you just express, okay, because this is the central question that I came on with. What is, you said an ugly fact disproves a beautiful theory. So I want to make sure that we're on the same page, right? Now, can you list one ugly fact that disproves the Big Bang? It can be one we've talked about already, but I want to hear your steel man of my arguments against it. I want to make sure that you're understanding what I'm saying about why these facts do not disprove the Big Bang that you brought up. Can you just steel man my position, and then maybe you can respond to my criticisms? But I want to make sure that you're understanding my criticisms.
I'm sorry. It's going to be tiresome. And frankly, I don't regard your viewpoints very highly at this point. I'm sorry. Thank you. I've articulated what I believe, and I think your method of evaluation just totally does not impress me. So that's where it stands. I'm sorry, I'm not going to respond to your question because I feel I have. Thank you.
Well, all right then. I guess it's a little bit disrespectful, but okay. So I'm creditless. I guess none of my arguments are logical or founded on evidence, but obviously I think I've shown the contrary tonight. I think I've explained myself, explained my criticisms, explained the problems I have in what Sal's proposing. And I think that for anyone in the audience, I think that my explanations make sense and are supported by the evidence as we've shown them. So I don't know, maybe if one of the moderators disagrees with me, or if one wants to move the discussion in a way forward, but I mean, I can't really debate with, hey, you're creditless. Nothing that you say has any credit because I disagree with the way that your thinking works. I mean, that's especially what I just heard from Sal, is that he disagrees with my thought process. Therefore, none of my conclusions have any weight.
Oh, they have weight with you. They have weight with you. I'll acknowledge that. That's fine.
I think this is beginning to turn not necessarily so productive. I will say I don't think necessarily that he was insulting your thought process. I think, but I will say, yeah, damn, Sal, shots fired.
And that's of course your prerogative, Sal. I will say that we in the debate community love steelmans, so it's just you did break our hearts with that one there, but that's totally your prerogative, and that's fine. I do appreciate all of you for being here, and this is, I do want to say I am going through the winding down motions, but this is a time unlimited debate. I'm not going to stop you guys from talking, so that's what that part on the screen down there says. I'm going to let you guys talk as long as you want to, but if you guys are okay with it, I will go ahead and start to wind down the discussion now and end it up.
Well, Sal and I had talked about the possibility of discussing other topics besides the Big Bang, but at this point, 3 hours and 45 minutes into it, I don't think that that'd be a very smart place to take the conversation. But I did want to discuss stuff with him about like human evolution, missing links. I want to talk about genetic degradation. Maybe at some point we can have that conversation, but probably not at the tail end of a whole 3+ hour debate on cosmology. There are probably better times and places for that.
Absolutely. Sal?
Oh, thank you. If these are the last words, I have one reason I didn't address Grayson's last request is I feel I've repeated it like so many times in this discussion, and he keeps saying I haven't done it. I'm just like, okay, that's just your opinion. That's your opinion. I disrespect it. Okay? That's all there is. I do not respect your logic. You're not here to lecture me about what I said is correct or not. That is your opinion. And
that was a call out of your thought process.
I'm sorry?
That was a call out of his thought process there. But yes, okay.
I just look, we disagree. I do have, but to say that I'm smiling and that I totally know that I have a weak position, that's, I was just like beside myself. How do you know that? Can you read my mind? See, you're just making stuff up in this discussion, and we're not gonna.
You're claiming that you can read the mind of the scientific community, and
I didn't say that.
I did
not say that. So look, see, we start getting on these rabbit trails. I have said The experimental method will settle this. I think the prospects of solving this through photonic studies and experiments, this will settle it. It'll be done. There's no need for us to try to settle it with back and forths and you deciding that I didn't do this or that. The physical experiments could settle this. The experiments both in the lab, and there are solar system experiments where there's lots of plasmas. We can look at the effect of redshifts inside the solar system. There is a paper that has come out. This is ripe for examination over the next 20, 40 years. We will have more data. That's the way to settle it. This back and forth, at this point, the back and forth is gone as far as it possibly can.
Well,
but we will see 20 years from now, 40 years from now, because these fields are, I could tell you there are a lot of fields in physics that we thought were settled science. There are some subtleties there that are worth examining. And the nice thing about researching photonics is you can research it just for the field itself, for how photons interact with particles. Whether it has Big Bang implications or not is independent. So the nice thing is I'll have the chance to learn some photonics, some electromagnetic theory and quantum mechanics as it relates to that. And I'm not any more interested in this back and forth because it's not going to settle anything. It's clear we're not settling anything like this. But if I study photonics and I see the blurring problem, then I'm done. But I don't see it that way, okay? That's all I could say.
Let me just ask you, why don't you think that this is settled? Because I would point to the fact that, like, we have the photonics. Like, this is settled. Like, plasma, redshift, scatters light. It creates blurring. That's settled. All the science shows that. I would think that that's settled. So why don't you think that this, why do you think that this is an open question? What is your cause for thinking it's not settled?
Because it's cherry picking the modes that actually blur. There may be modes that we haven't yet discovered. And Schneider and CMAC pointed out the reasons there could be a mode. So I even mentioned it here. One mode definitely scatters it. That's Compton scattering. It definitely scatters it. No one, I mean, that was first proposed as a possible tired light candidate. That's been thrown out. So if you're going to only look at the ones that absolutely scatter it, then yeah, that's kind of a biased sample. We need to now look at modes that don't scatter it.
Like what?
Like one is small angle, but then I've seen a few papers. Okay, so this is the problem. You're saying it's been settled. I'm saying, no, it's not been settled. The way to do this, if one side is actually able to do an experiment that settles it, that we can have like an alternative mode of Rayleigh scattering, then that will overturn it. Do you have a problem with that? That's where I'm at. This is why I'm just saying this debate's going to go nowhere until we have more experimental evidence.
Well, I think that
you're saying that you're already making a ruling it's not going to happen. I have a problem with that.
Well, because we have sufficient experimental evidence. Okay. It is sufficient to disprove your position.
How do you know that?
Because
how do you know that? Are you photonics? Are you a photonics person? Why should I? I'm not.
I'm the closest thing on the panel there is to a photonics person. I work in the field of atomic, molecular, and optical physics, and the interaction of light with very dilute matter is it's literally my day job. I am unaware of any scattering process that would not fall victim to this problem, other than stimulated emission, which would not solve the issue of tired light.
Yeah, I respect that you said that. I will respect your opinion because that's why I'm glad you saw that paper by CMAC and Schneider.
I will look at it. I have to look at that one.
Because this is not about large amounts of particles. It's actually one photon in a very sparse. That's also very hard to establish experimentally. So I would welcome your analysis.
Yeah. So yeah, if you were to open the door on the International Space Station, the pressure outside would be high enough that it would cause problems for my experiment. They take place in high vacuum, very dilute gases, but yeah. So the other thing is, I would say, if there may be some mechanism that we don't yet know. You're appealing to a negative, and it's hard. How do you disprove a negative? How would we prove that there is no mechanism that does what you're saying?
Yeah. If I may just thank you for your interest. That's why I'm really glad this has been the value that I have someone. I actually wanted to contact you outside of this discussion, even before
I put my email in the private chat.
Even before Kaz offered this generously. When you told me you did interferometry with strontium atoms, I was like very interested. I wanted to talk. And the one area that, even outside of the blurring problem, what is the effect? I mean, how can you get photons going through that much plasma and not being redshifted, and we're receiving it here? I just don't get how that can happen. I mean, how can it avoid not being seriously redshifted if it's going through? So that's the question I would like to pose here. Can we estimate, given the estimated density of free electron plasmas out there, and it's traveling through billions of light years, what is the energy loss?
I cannot answer that right now. It's actually not a question I've even really heard much about before. Just so yeah, but I have ways that I would go about research.
Didn't you post a paper that does this?
I did post that paper, which I think might be explicitly, I just sort of Googled it. I think I'm pretty good at Google, and I have physics background, so when I find something that I think is relevant, I have decent confidence that it actually is. But from sort of a first principles perspective of exactly what scattering mechanism it is that's causing redshift, if you just have a beam and you have a very dilute bunch of scatterers that are either neutral or lightly ionized, both of which would be present in the intergalactic medium, my question is, why would the beam at the other side be redshifted? Because of the interactions with this intergalactic medium, and I don't know what the answer to that problem posed that way is, and that's sort of the distillation, I think, of the question in its sort of most reduced form, is understanding that interaction.
Right. So the one interaction that CMAC and Snyder pointed out is single photon. It's different when you have the fluid model, and that is
that seems suspect to me. But I need to look at their work more closely.
I would love
I looked at one of the things I looked at their work, and sometimes when you go to the references section, if all of the references are just to themselves, then it's a big problem. That was not the case for this paper. They seem to be referencing more than just themselves, because the first person that I found when I was Googling during this discussion, talking about plasma redshift cosmology, there's an individual where they seem to be very prolific, but they're always only citing themselves, and that is a big red flag.
Right.
It's also a red flag that comes up with David
Crawford.
Crawford a little bit. Yeah. He does that extensively, but
well, I wanted to say this. I would be deeply indebted if we could have conversations on this, because it is a professional interest to study photonics. Independent of the Big Bang question, I would just like to learn more about lasers and photons. It's a good opportunity to learn quantum mechanics and electromagnetic theory. So if we have this discussion, just look at it. It's like we don't even need to make it a debate. This is about learning physics. I'm just saying I'd be deeply indebted. Thank you.
So question on that. You're saying,
all I have to say. Thank you.
You're saying that when we look at single photon systems, that we can observe some kind of redshift of light without scattering. So my question would be, why? Well, I mean, none of what we would be looking at would be single photon systems. No?
That's not necessarily true. When the light that's coming and propagating through the intergalactic medium, if the interphoton spacing is much longer than the wavelength, which I could totally believe given how dim light is out there, then essentially the photon's interactions with each particle, at least from that direction, which can also sometimes matter in your calculation, might be low enough that the discrete nature and the shot noise of photons does become relevant. It might not. I don't know. I'd have to do the math. But
so the thing is, though, is that when we measure redshift, we're not measuring redshift for individual photons, correct? I mean, we're measuring redshift in association with individual celestial objects. So
I
if
think
we were measuring like some sort of difference, right, where like each individual photon has a different redshift for the same object, then that would be evidence for Sal's position, because that would say, hey, each one of these photons had different interactions along its way to us because of like the density of this plasma or whatever. And so like if every photon had slightly different redshift, then maybe, but if we're observing for the same object, we're observing the same redshift Z values, then that would seem to imply that all the photons have the same redshift or similar to it.
If so I think that we do more or less measure individual photons. I would be willing to bet it depends on how big your aperture is. One of the reasons that you make the JWST telescope so huge and get all those mirrors is because you need a lot of photons. If you take a really good camera and you start just a good camera that you can buy at the store, and you start reducing the frame rate, you can eventually get to situations where you're standing out there taking pictures of traffic, and eventually it just gets dimmer and grainier because of the shot noise of photons.
Yeah, but
that can
you
happen.
understand what I'm saying about
So,
in our measurements, we're measuring multiple photons for
we
each
do.
of these
We
objects.
collect multiple photons, but those individual photons are all their interactions as they propagate through the universe are probably fairly unmolested by the presence of other photons.
Yeah.
It would be my intuition. As for the second point that you made was about how wouldn't they be redshifted by different amounts? If the amount of redshift is related or proportional, for example, to the number of interactions it had on its propagation distance across the universe, that number for any photon is going to be so large that the noise on that is not going to be measurable. I would also
Yeah, that's a good point.
So those are both things that if it is the case that single photon effects can result in dramatically different scattering properties than intensities where you have a lot of photons but not super high intensities. Nobody disputes that at very high intensities you're going to get some nonlinear effects, but there's an intermediate range where, like, yeah, you've got a lot of photons, but the quantum mechanics has a correspondence principle, basically. Like, the effects of few electron things, if you sort of average over them, are kind of like the effects of few photon things. That would be the part that would really surprise me. That's the part of that paper that I have the most skepticism towards, is that there is just this fundamentally different sort of behavior at the few photon level. Maxwell's equations, they still work when you talk about photons. It's just they work. You have to get a little bit. The equations don't become false. It's just they become less intuitive, I would say, because you're talking about like second quantization of the electromagnetic field and stuff. But the relationships between electric and magnetic fields, which is what Maxwell relations in free space are all about, are still like correct in some like regime. But you're right. The natural language that is used to describe them is continuous, infinitely indivisible fields, which is not how the electromagnetic field actually exists.
So do you agree with Sal's incredulity then, where he was basically saying, like, how could you have a light beam, like if half of the baryonic matter in the universe is this intergalactic plasma, like a low density plasma that's pervading intergalactic space? How could you have a light beam traveling from a long distance that's not getting scattered by that, or that's not getting redshifted by that?
I think it might. I think it totally is getting affected by that. This is where I share your incredulity, Grayson, that astrophysicists would not have, at some point over the years, found a way to work this in. It's one of these things where I'm starting to make sort of gut intuition judgments about how a different field would approach, and if I were to go to an astrophysicist and ask them about these problems, they'd be like, oh yeah, all of these things like they're occurring in this regime of parameter space, and you're trying to apply it to this regime of parameter space, and it just doesn't work. I simply don't know enough about sort of the details, but if it's an effect, there's enough astrophysicists out there. We talk to other physicists. I'm not an astrophysicist, but physicists talk to physicists outside of their community enough that I would be stunned if this were something that was not paid close attention to. A few years back in like 2015 or 16, there was a measurement that was lauded when it came out in like preprint or something, or maybe it was even published, from the BICEP 2 collaboration looking for B mode polarization that would have been a smoking gun evidence of inflation, and it turned out to actually be dust. This happens occasionally, but astrophysicists are the people who come out and like find it. Like
Tapioca, you know that Sal's going to take you out of context there and try to say that like our evidence for inflation was really just dust the whole time, and inflation is.
This was one specific thing. Don't take me out of context, Sal. That's not what I meant.
I'm laughing. I'm just laughing for the fact you see something that should be so obvious. It was caught long after. It was caught after the fact.
It was caught 3 months after the fact.
Okay. So let me just say,
yeah,
a testable prediction is we can find out how much they've been accounting for any of this. I mean, I have not researched the literature. That's fair game. A testable okay, we can kind of do a literature experiment. Let's ask how many astrophysicists that we meet that actually have worked with, where's the model that accounts for the effect of plasmas? Where do you factor it in your redshift calculation, in your photometry, and also your spectroscopic stuff? I would be curious to see where it is in their model, because I will tell you this one thing I found that was kind of curious. If you Google problems with redshift identification, sometimes they don't know if it's redshift 17 or 4, and that there are regions there they just don't know. And the other thing is, it's not clear cut if you actually even have a redshift. This is not well known, but just look up redshift misidentification.
Yeah. Sure.
And then find if we can add. This is why it'd be nice to talk to an astrophysicist to say, where's the model that accounts for this effect or this effect or this effect? This is a testable prediction to see if they've even accounted for it, because if they're not, and we have established that there is a loss of energy along the way, and using the Planck-Einstein relation for, E equals h nu, there's going to be a problem there. And so this is, thing that's come out of this debate is at least we're asking questions. I'm raising questions, even if you're skeptical. Hey, I would presume an atheist channel is all about skepticism and asking questions. I feel I have raised some questions. Maybe I'm wrong, but I'm very curious to find out.
And my big response with like the plasma cosmology, besides the blurring, is the fact that, as I pointed out, there are areas where the density of these plasmas is greater, and there's areas where the density is very small, like in intergalactic voids. If we were to point our telescope to something just on the other side of the nearest intergalactic void, if your model is correct, then we would expect a very low amount of redshift coming from something just on the other side of a galactic void. But if we point it to something at the same distance that has a lot of intergalactic plasma in between us and there, from the same distance, then we would expect a lot of redshift. And this is the observation that you would need to substantiate your model. And this is the observation that I don't think that we have evidence for.
And the data for that might exist or be very close to existing. I would suspect that it does exist.
Okay, so I don't know what the figures are for the variety of redshift relations. I gave a figure plus or minus 10, which is about 10%. Plus 7, 70 plus or minus 7. There are a number of figures. So that is a test. That's another testable prediction. We can look in different sections of where we think we have a good estimate of the plasma density and see if we get a different redshift relation. So thus, I would expect, like this whole thing about crisis in cosmology, you're getting a different Hubble relation when you're looking at supernovas. There's lots of different plasma effects around these supernovas. And so you're getting different figures. So, I'm just throwing that on the table. This is a testable prediction. This is what I like. Much more, the debate is good for just raising skepticism and just arguing and seeing where we are. It can be settled by more observations, experiments, and that's where I am. And I just said, if this is this is about skepticism, I think this is healthy.
So I wanted to introduce something. I asked ChatGPT to answer this question for us, and hopefully you guys can correct me if I worded it incorrectly, and I'm gonna give you what it told us. So I asked it, how do physicists account for the scattering of light from interstellar plasmas when observing redshift? So here's its response. Physicists account for the scattering of light from interstellar plasmas when observing redshift using a variety of methods, including modeling the scattering process and measuring the effects of the scattering on the observed spectrum of light. Scattering occurs when light waves interact with particles in the medium, such as interstellar plasma, causing the light to be redirected in different directions. This can cause the light to become dimmer and also shift its frequency, which can affect the observed redshift. One way physicists account for this is by modeling the scattering process using theoretical calculations and computer simulations. This allows them to predict the effect of scattering on the observed spectrum of the light and correct for it in their analysis. Another way that physicists account for scattering is by measuring its effects on the observed spectrum directly. This can involve observing the same light source from multiple angles and comparing the resulting spectra to look for changes in the shape and intensity of the spectral lights. These changes can indicate the presence of scattering and allow physicists to correct for it in their measurements of redshift.
That's fabulous. Can I ask one? Would ChatGPT give lists of references?
Yes, it will. It will definitely do that.
Sometimes the references that ChatGPT gives are not so great. Oftentimes, it's high level explanations of complex physical phenomena. I have found are they're pretty good. Like, they're way better than I would expect if I just went out and asked a non-physicist to explain that. But their references, I asked it, I was like, who's Michael Van de Graaff? Because I have publications from before it stopped updating in 2021, and it didn't know who I was. It was like, do you mean Robert J. Van de Graaff? And I'm like, no, I don't.
Yeah, so it's generating the list right now. I will put it in the private chat, and I'll add it to the list of sources that we've discussed.
But take it with a grain of salt. Take the list with a grain of salt. Sometimes ChatGPT creates URLs by taking the first half of a URL and then just adding a slash and then how scattering is accounted for in intergalactic media, for example. And then it takes you to a paper that's about X-ray tomography and crystals.
Well, Sal is just going to propose some kind of physics that plasma redshifts light without scattering, without blurring, that there's some kind of undiscovered mechanism, and that's just what he's going to fall back on. That's what he's been doing all debate. Like, every time that we see plasma redshift light, it's because of scattering. And that scattering results in blurring. Like, I've asked for counter examples. I've asked for counter evidence of an experiment where plasma has redshifted light without scattering, without blurring. So far, we haven't seen anything. We haven't seen any source.
Okay. So we ready to wrap this up, guys?
Yeah.
All right. Awesome. I really appreciate your what's the word here? I can't think of it.
Well, I really
the fact that you
appreciate
guys
both
hung
of
in
you
there.
guys for being here for this discussion. Kaz, I appreciate you for hosting it, for the format. I appreciate everyone here for their time, everyone watching for their time. I thought that we got to actually talk about a lot of the things that got left on the table in the actual the prior debate. So I'm very happy that we at least I got to address the points. I don't know if any of my criticisms or responses to Sal's points are heard, or if he just disagrees with me on principle that I must be wrong because I'm me. But we'll see, I guess. And I guess in 40 years, right, when all of Sal's predictions have come true and the Big Bang model has been thrown out, in 40 years I'll come back and I'll have my big apology tour, my Sal was right tour. In 40 years, when the Big Bang has been debunked and Sal has won his Nobel Prize, I will come groveling back.
Okay, can I close? Would that be okay with you, Grayson?
Sure. I just want to say I've had a wonderful time. This has been very enjoyable for me.
Thank you, Dr. Tapiocaweasel.
Okay, this is from my professor of supplementary quantum mechanics. I have an autographed book from him by James Trefle. And he says, "It's been great having you in my class." By the way, I got an A in his class. And the book is The Dark Side of the Universe. So he's an advocate of dark matter. So he wasn't among the three professors that openly criticized the Big Bang. He's for the Big Bang by and large, but he holds out skepticism. And he says here, so David Raup, a paleontologist, said, "Are you sure the Big Bang's right?" And he said, "Oh." And Trefle was like, "That brought me up short, as you can imagine. My first impulse was to say, of course it's correct. But I suspected he'd ask me how I knew, so I paused. The more I thought about the question, the more fragments of memory floated into my mind. I recalled a bag lunch in a prestigious physics department when a prominent senior member of the faculty, I wouldn't dream of embarrassing him by mentioning his name, said that he often thought of leaving a sealed envelope to be opened 50 years after his death. In the envelope would be predictions about the way certain scientific controversies would turn out. At the top of the list would be the prediction that the interpretation of the redshift as evidence for universal expansion would turn out to be wrong." And that was my professor. Thank you.
Okay, well, thank you both so much for being here. Thank you so much, Dr. Tapiocaweasel, for helping me moderate this. And I really appreciate all of your endurance and stamina. It's been a great time. I really appreciate it. Thank you all so much. And also, I want to appreciate and thank the people in the audience who have been here all this time and asking questions. I really appreciate all that as well. So like it if you loved it, share it if you want to spread it, and subscribe. I have another debate being set up for 2 weeks from now. That's going to be on, I think, macro evolution. So look out for that. And much more content coming your way. If you're a Patreon member or a YouTube member, the link is on the Patreon page or the YouTube membership tab. So you can join the studio here now if you'd like. I'll be hanging out for a little bit. I don't know if anybody else will, but that's fine. But either way, I always hang out after every show to let the members make contact with me if they'd like to. So if you are there and you want to join, please feel free. Other than that, have a great night, everybody. And remember that it's the bridges we build, not the bridges we burn, that give us the edge. Have a great night.